Warm welcome to the followers of the Grand Prix tournament for ladies in Monaco. This is the 10th round, the penultimate round of this tournament, where Mrs. Hu Yifan is leading with 7.5 points. She is followed by Maria Musicuk and Mrs. Koneru of India with 6.5 points. It is one of the top days today actually of this event, because Mrs. Hu Yifan is playing Maria Musicuk, the world champion. They didn't have opportunity to play in the last world championship because Mrs. Hu Yifan didn't play there. But in today's game it is clear that this might be one of the very decisive and the most interesting encounters of the whole event, because Mrs. Musicuk was leading in the beginning of the tournament. She was almost half of the tournament leader, but then she made some draws. She's the only undefeated woman player in this event, and after some draws, of course, her situation is now that she must try to win with white pieces if she is aiming or having some ambitions to win this first Grand Prix event of 2015. I'm a little bit surprised with the opening choice, because Mrs. Hu Yifan probably doesn't need more than a draw today to almost assure her win. But by the opening choice, as we can see, she played Sicilian, which is, of course, very sharp opening, which aims also to get unbalanced and dynamical positions. So Mrs. Hu Yifan has, after bishop b5 check, if black plays bishop d7 move instead of knight d7, for example, yes, as we can more or less see, then it's somehow it is considered in the theory or whatever that after exchanging of this bishop, because there is probably nothing better by white, black's task to equalize the game, actually to have rather simple positions, is much easier than to play knight d7 moon to cover it. So I don't know how this decision by Hu Yifan is logical. I can say, of course, yes, it is definitely playable move, because in tournament practice, I remember even, yes, I was also playing it long time ago, especially when I was not happy to make a draw with black pieces. But in these circumstances, Hu Yifan didn't need more than a draw, actually, because she didn't need more than a draw, but she somehow, yes, got this type of position. She was probably trying to prove that, is trying to prove that she is number one in the world, no matter if Maria Muzichuk is the world champion now. Of course, I can imagine that their preparation for this game should have been very thorough, because yes, they are probably two best women players in the world, because they had excellent results lately. Miss Hui Fan has played also very successful in men's competition too. Although, yes, the World Cup tournament, when she was eliminated with Mr. Mamedyarov after a long fight, and tough fight, of course, yes, didn't bring her maybe an expected result. But when we take into consideration what kind of opponents were there in Baku during the World Cup tournament, it is, of course, we can never blame her why she was eliminated with Mr. Mamedyarov, who was playing on his home ground and was the local player who arrived until actually the farthest in that event of all local players in Azerbaijan. Yes, we are going to follow this game from very near, that is for sure, but it is also fair that we come to the other games which are played today. So I would mention especially the game of Pia Kramling and Koneru, because this game is also one of those which might, let's say, make the fight more interesting for the first place. In the case that Mrs. Hu Yifan and Muzichuk make a draw, if Mrs. Koneru is able with black pieces, what is not an easy task, to win against Pia Kramling, then she would be having very good chances in the last round, perhaps to even get to the first place if Mrs. Hu Yifan makes a draw in the last round too. So this game is of much interest from me, because I think it is encounter on high level. They have been very much successful in their career, because Mrs. Koneru played some world championship matches. She was losing to Hu Yifan, I remember. This year she was eliminated in the semifinals by Pogonina, I think. No, I'm sorry. I think she was eliminated actually by Maria Muzichuk, or Pogonina won against her. Okay, this is yes, that's right. I think she was eliminated by the same Maria Muzichuk this year in the semifinals. So yes, it is. Okay, they are having some theoretical discussion, because this is the game which was expected to be very solid, because Pia Kramling is playing very solid with white, doesn't make, and Mrs. Koneru is also very much aware of her opponent's strength today. So she is using also today very solid opening, more or less started with started as a, let's say, orthodox gambit, but now it is returning to some kind of to some kind of, yes, Nimzo-Indian position with bishop g5 move, which is, of course, possible to be played. And after h6, yes, we are coming to this. Queen takes. And after a3 move, black decided just to castle, because, yes, we have seen that Pia Kramling had the other day very similar type of position against, she was white. She played against Anna Muzichuk, the sister of Maria, and she didn't achieve much in that game. And maybe this is why just Mrs. Coneru today has chosen a very similar line in order to make Pia Kramling, yes, thinking, resenting that the other day, yes, her white pieces were more or less just, yes, lost rather quickly, because usually with white pieces, players try to make some pressure on the opponent's position, but unfortunately, Pia Kramling was not able during that last game with white to exercise that pressure she would have really liked. Although she had this similar type of position, but yes, chess has been developed so much that defensive resources of today's players are much better than before. It doesn't mean that they don't make mistakes later on in the later stage of the game, but especially opening and theoretical lines are one of the strongest parts of the modern chess today. Computers have contributed very much to this, and not only computers, but in general the whole experience of historical experience of so many games, so many players, so many analysis and everything. Computers did only one thing, which is to summarize all enormous experience which was in the history of chess accumulating, and they just make now some, yes, refinements of the chess. So what we see now is that Mrs. Kramling is coming again to very similar type of lines. She played rook c1 move. She doesn't want her pawns to be doubled after bishop takes c3, what is actually not a problem. But yes, the solid opening choice of Mrs. Kramling has been, yes, known for so many years. Their opponents mostly know the way she plays, her style. So yes, they are preparing always according to their belief that Mrs. Pia Kramling, if you get her a little bit out of those very much solid and good lines, they would have some more chances, because yes, Pia Kramling is the most veteran in this tournament, and I believe that young players are always thinking that yes, because of age and possibly better physical conditions, are favorites in, yes, especially tumbling the let's say, players who are, yes, more time present in the chess world, and their freshness is not the same as when they started. So we now can come back to the other games, because I believe those two games of Mrs. Coneru and Mrs. Huifan are the positions which are supposed to be the most interesting of today. So it would be fair to come to the other games as well and see what is happening. Just one little regression. This is Mrs. Maria Muzichuk has played her last move, very, yes, unusual move, pawn to c4. I don't want to enter into deep analysis of this, but this kind of move is usually c3 was supposed to be move of logic, and then bishop c2 and d4 to come to some kind of Spanish opening waters. But c4 move is giving her, of course, some in a way, yes, very unilateral option, because square d4 becomes weak when pawn would come to d4 by itself. But on the other hand, she's maybe hoping that the close character of position would remain. And the game, yes, more or less would be within just maneuvering possibilities for both sides. I believe that Hu Yifan will definitely play one moment, maybe even knight e5 move, just in order to make a decision for white what to do. Knight e5 is very reasonable move to get some control of the squares, I think, in this same position. Perhaps that would be the most accurate answer by black, because if goes here, pawn e4 is hanging. If bishop moves, bishop g4 comes, so there would be unpleasant pin, and for that reason it is almost likely that this move would be forced, which this move would be forced because yes, something unpleasant, and now this bishop must go away. Now the bishop must go away. In the other position, when the pawn would be on c3, the bishop goes away, but somehow d3 and then pawn d4 is possible. Here d4 would never happen. So we are having, yes, very unusual opening position, which might be just in favor of black, not because black stands better, but because black doesn't need more than a draw in this game to assure her victory in the tournament. This is, of course, a big advantage if you immediately have such a position with black pieces where you might be just happy. Maybe interesting move is queen c7, of course, in this position for black, and after knight c3 just to play e6, and then to place bishop. Why queen c7 so quickly? Because in many, it is not necessary, of course, but in many of the lines, white's choice would be probably to come out with the knight to c3, which is, for example, e6. Yes, I believe knight to c3 or pawn to d3. It is the question how to follow. And then possibly to play sooner or later f4 and try to get these pieces. But the problem of white, positional, very big problem, is this bishop on e2, because this bishop is hitting its own white pawns in the center. So yes, I'm not going to comment more about this, because something might happen different than I was talking about, as black has a move and black cannot play perhaps knight e5 move, although I believe this is just in the spirit of this position. Let's go also to another game of the day, interesting. Two Russian players are meeting each other. Mrs. Kostenyuk and Pogonina. They have, let's say, tournament position just in the middle. They are in the middle of the of the score table, and they are having, yes, they have been playing to each other so many times in the past that I can imagine that they are known to each other, and yeah, this game goes just with very well known opening moves, as you would see. So it is just Spanish. Mrs. Pogonina likes to play Spanish opening. She has scored a very important victory against Anna Muzichuk with black pieces in this tournament. So she's, yes, very experienced. She knows how to put up pieces in this opening. She follows, yes, recommendations of the best theoreticians. And Mrs. Kostenyuk is also very much experienced, so I believe there wouldn't be much of surprises in this opening for her so far. The choosing people play very quickly because everything is more or less known. So it is, in a way, kind of a repetition of yes, what we have seen in the chess practice through centuries. But I'm afraid that later on some of the players might be possibly coming to some originality by implementing the ideas or using some less known variation and line. Yes, this is again this type of Zaitsev position, as we can see yesterday with Mrs. Natasha Zhukova against Hu Yifan, which was one of the games, I think, the most, yes, for the moment, in my opinion, one of the important games played by quality in this tournament, because there were no real blunders, but somehow Mrs. Hu Yifan was just showing that she was better over the board player, and she outplayed Zhukova, which we have commented yesterday, but in certain position it was not clear. Mrs. Zhukova has put her pieces on the best squares. She didn't take pawn on a3 with the queen in one moment. But in general, the game was really well played. So the players are having very similar type of positions. Pogonina plays on by her usual style. She likes to have this position, as she did against Muzichuk Anna some rounds ago, when she was able even to win this game. Okay, so we are going to see what is happening. She likes somehow to make these dynamical positions with pawns. She doesn't like to have everything symmetric, so she's choosing to play c5 in this type of positions, which is absolutely normal and justified. But the fight goes on. It is very clear that black may go for d5 immediately, that white can go for d5 immediately, and black should have to, yes, to deal with this closed bishop on b7, which is hitting this, yes, the chain of pawns in the center. And yes, something very similar what Mrs. Pogonina played against Anna Muzichuk. She won the game, although I must say that the white's position in that game was very favorable, I would say. Although, yes, white didn't play accurately as I could, yes, presence. So maybe, yes, it is always nice to play the game where you have nice memories, because by having nice memories, you have always better somehow confidence that your choice is more, let's say, more encouraging, because yes, memories are good. So yeah, some things, positive things, are of course very helpful for every chess player, and not only chess player, people in general. You build up your confidence, but in chess it is of course recommended very much that you should have optimum of feelings and concentration and the calm of your nerves if you play game, especially on very high level with the opponents who are not maybe stronger of you, but at least on your level. So yes, we have this Mrs. Kostenyuk. They play rather quickly, which is not a surprise, as I said. Openings were, yes, always were always played quickly, even in the days when the computers were not present. But today it is, of course, much more than that. We are having now, yes, let me have a look, Mrs. Muzichuk Anna Zagnidze. I try to get some, yes, this is, I try to get to this position they play today, but some, yes, I'm not, something. It means that, yes, okay. I will come to Muzyczuk Anna Zagnidze, because this game we did not cover so much, but somehow it is, yes, this is not the game what I wanted. Yes, this is, I have some technical, yes, uncertainty with the mouse is flying over the board, but it will calm down sooner or later, I hope. So yes, internet can sometimes create more problems than the moves of the game for the chess players, because in certain situations it is very difficult to control what is happening on internet. There are cuts, there are in connection, there are many, yes, interruptions. So yes, this is something what people of informatics dominate much better, and they will arrange whatever it is in their possibilities to come and give us a clear picture what I wanted to show. But in general, the coverage is present, although I will have to go and see what is happening. You will excuse me for just a couple of moments before I want to see if somebody can fix those internet problems which are arising from time to time. But yes, I'm waiting now, and okay, I will just stop commenting for a while, but I will definitely come back. Yes, we are coming back. I think now that the position is accurate on the board of Mrs. Muzicukana and Zagnidze. Mrs. Zagnidze has won last two games. She was really successful, and now she's having probably good moral. Muzicukana was, yes, not having very successful tournament in my opinion, although she's very solid. She decided to play the Sicilian with this, but the position is still within theoretical lines. Everything is more or less known. It is quite possible that white might play. I'm sorry, e5 move, e4, e5. A bishop c4 was played. Now black is thinking, of course. This is very logical, and the threat is e4, e5. So for that reason, yes, there are many possibilities, like pawn to d6 is possible. Another interesting move in this type of positions might be also knight to g4, but of course it's getting very complicated in this type of positions, because it is, for example, what happens? Bishop f7 takes, knight g5 check. King goes, let's suppose, here, queen takes g4, knight takes c2, and you see this now. Maybe queen goes to f3, but is it enough? Maybe knight goes to d5 first, trying to extremely complicated type of positions, which are. So I believe that black should just develop normally, probably move d6 to stop e5 threat, and just have more or less. There are many games played on this opening like this, as far as I remember. Although lately I didn't see much in the tournament practice lately. But when you play with black pieces, you have to be ready that white may enter. It is clear why Mrs. She played. We see both sisters today decided to play bishop b5 in the Sicilian game. Maria Muziciuk played bishop b5 check, because yes, it was bishop b5 check against Hu Yifan. If people remember, knight d7 was played. We are coming back to that game. But in this game today, it is, yes, it is that bishop b5 was played after knight c6 move. So both sisters used this bishop on b5, this Spanish bishop, and somehow, yes, they decided. I have impression that Mrs. Anna Muziciuk didn't like Zagnidze, that she plays her favorite dragon defense, or let's say fianchetto, which she likes very much. She played some games, although she was not very successful. But in this, yes, Anna Muziciuk also likes to play those kind of positions. So it is in a way clear why this position has arisen. So eventually e6 was played. I'm not sure that this move was very accurate by Mrs. Zagnidze, because pawn to e5 is very much inviting for white to be played. It is after e5 move, for example. Zagnidze, of course, she should know this kind of openings when she plays this knight d4 and all lines. But after d5 move and after knight g4 possible move, the position becomes really tricky in a way, because maybe c takes d4, queen takes g4. Now d takes c3 would be probably worse for black, because white has, but maybe black would be obliged to take on c4 by this means, and it is not clear to me that this is very sound for her, although yes, the position might be becoming sharp, because, for example, maybe d3, maybe maybe even some other move is possible. Just d3 looks logical, but perhaps other moves are also possible. Maybe interesting move is knight to e2, for example, just in order to capture with the knight this pawn on, because on bishop c5 move, pawn g7 is hanging, so you cannot. So yes, something like this might be possible to happen. How good this would be, it is, yes, of course, still difficult to say, but white is better developed, and I think that this should be the right way of play of Anna Muzichuk. I don't think e6 move was very accurate in this position, but yes, maybe it's also a way, invitation to come to play this type of the position, which I believe white should simply stand better. But yes, let's wait and see. We go more to another position, another game. Let's go coming back just for a while of Mrs. Kostenyuk-Pogonina. We were looking in this game before, and we know what was more or less on board. After knight h2 move, knight 1 h2, when we saw this position, for example from this, happens c takes d4, and after knight takes d4, bishop went to f8, and she simply played knight f5 because she wants to give check on h6 or to take on d6 the pawn, what black should definitely avoid. So knight e5 was almost knight f5, and now black has opportunity to play with the knight, maybe knight to f6 move. Then of course you have to face bishop g5, it's coming, and see what really happens. So this kind of position, yes, can be rather, I'm sorry, this is not the move I wanted to play. My idea was to play knight f6, and after possibly bishop g5 move, it is yes, a move of h6, and if bishop h4, after g5, bishop g3, and when knight takes to e4, black would be okay. Yeah, black is doing in general maybe not so bad here, because after bishop e4, knight d6, and then black would be obliged to take on d6. So this position is, yes, black has weakened the king, although it is very difficult to prove that this king, maybe bishop takes d6, maybe knight. White should be probably slightly better because black's king is more open, but it is not probably very pleasant for black to play this type of positions, because having an open king and some possibilities of attack for either of the sides are always more promising when the king is not so secure, king is open. So yes, although in that variation I've just shown opposite color bishops are on board, what should be one of the advantages of black's position, because she has to find some good resources how to develop her pieces. Still, it is not simple to choose. Perhaps her opening choice, very strange to take on d4, is not justified in my opinion, because as you can see, once you have a pawn on c5 and you played it, it is perhaps too early. The other knight on a5 is still not in a play, so it is, although yes, this is also a logic of playing this. Another possibility might be, which is also interesting, yes, is to play pawn to d5, because perhaps this kind of entry is valid for black, but it requires also some analysis, because, for example, bishop takes d5. How to continue for white? Probably to put the knight on g4, which looks promising, because at one moment maybe bishop will come to maybe even h6, or simply knight will come some knight on h6 check. Although it is difficult to see, yes, what to do next for white. White has nice pieces, but black is standing also very solid in a position. So after this knight f5, perhaps d5. No, she didn't play d5 move. She decided to place her knight on e5, which is also another of the possibilities, although yes, the knight stands there, but they say yes, the knight is there, but it can be kicked away by pawn f4 sooner or later. So how good it is not so simple to say immediately. I would rather say that d6, d5 was more accurate move if I was not mistaken, because yes, it was the move, probably most accurate move in the position, d6, d5. But d6, yes. So yes, maybe, yeah, e6, e4, d5 looks to me quite logical to happen. And what to do next? It is not so simple for white. And then take, and bishop takes d5, knight g4. Black is having, yes, maybe more conservative position, because you will see what might be happening here. After this, we was just looking. Rook, queen e1, bishop takes d5, knight g4. And now, yes, black requires some accurate move in this position. Is it knight c4 or knight c6, or one of those moves should be played, it is clear. But which one as the most accurate one? Which one would be the most? Perhaps knight c6, knight, yeah, there are many moves. Maybe knight c4 is also a move, of course. After b3, just to go knight d6. If this is not showing some straight misguide complications, because maybe now queen here, knight here would be, yes, would be a choice, of course. And after taking here, queen takes, bishop comes to b2, because if queen takes, bishop h7 comes check. Yes, my impression is that white would stand a bit better, but it is difficult, of course, extremely difficult to evaluate how better white would be here, yes, because maybe, of course, if black plays queen e6, maybe even rook d1 is coming. So if black plays queen e6, rook d1 could be very dangerous, or maybe rook e1 first, which is probably stronger even. And after queen d7, yes, that's also a move, of course. Yeah, maybe queen d5 doesn't work, because now on the other side comes this check, yes, on h2. So maybe queen g5 is a move here. Maybe queen d4 is just to make pressure of maybe rook d1 back would be also a nice try to play this position, rook d1, and see what. And after queen d5, then of course it would be rook d1 would be yes, rook b1 would be a good move, because, but maybe by some tactics, maybe white is maybe not winning immediately. Maybe rook e8 is able to come, or because after rook d1 move, on rook d8, white can take now on d5, because on h2, king h2, and so on, two pieces, two bishops against rook would be much better for white, in my opinion, although, yes, it is still not winning, but somehow queen d5, rook d5, rook d5, rook d5, and due to the threat of rook d2, black probably gets some chances to save this game, although it is the white who stands better. Probably bishop c1, bishop c3, one of these moves. Maybe bishop c3, and after rook a2, because it's good to have this pawn passed here. Yeah, white needs to get some, maybe f3, maybe king g3, probably f3 move is not bad, and after a5, black has chances to make a draw in this position, perhaps. Not simple to say. Is it already a draw? But some chances, yes, for black. So it is not so simple. But I have impression that this type of positions in general should be slightly better for white, because yes, white is orienting all her pieces on the king side. She has nice knights on g4 and f5, so it would be really good. But as she didn't play that move, now we don't have to lose much time. I just like people on internet to have their to see how chess can be diversified, because it is So after knight e5, bishop d2 was played. The idea is probably whichever knight comes to here to put bishop on c3 and to get strong pressure in one moment by playing this move f4, attacking the knight. So it is quite logical move, actually. After bishop c3, maybe black would be obliged to play move g6 and try to defend this type of position, because this bishop went from this diagonal d2 h6, so g6 might be a good move for black to try. So that is why I'm a bit surprised that bishop d2 was played, because I don't believe that Mrs. Kostenyuk is give her bishop away by playing something like b3 and after knight d2 to have after knight d2 to stay without two bishops. This is not correct, I think. And the idea of having bishop d2 is to play bishop c3. But the question is, after this move, what happens? Because, yes, this knight now cannot come to h6 check. So white has to find some ways of how to continue this game. f4 move is also now... f4 move is possible, of course, because then if this knight moves to d7, yeah, this is probably not a good square. It's the only square, I'm sorry, this is probably the only square, but because if knight moves to c6, of course, after knight g4, white is almost winning. So this is not simple, but the most critical line arises after what happens after this variation. F takes e5. How are black chances in this position to defend it, as and the king side structure is a little bit broken, and perhaps e takes f5, and after this probably the best way would be to exchange queens, because then the pressure of the king side would have been much more released for Mrs. Pogonina. But I have impression that by not playing d5 move black in the position before, she's complicating more her chances to get equality, and her time spending is a little bit. Yes, she employed a little bit more time than Mrs. Kostenyuk. I thought even when I saw before, I thought even she did think much more than I can see now on the screen, but it was, yes, my optical mistake. So we should come back to the main game of the day, the main game of the tournament so far, which is Muzičuk Marija Hujifan, as they are having their theoretical, or maybe better say, improvisational discussion, because Hujifan did not decide to play move knight e5, which was, I think, very solid and very good move. She simply continued to develop her pieces, and yes, she is not standing bad at all. She has a nice position, but somehow knight e5 was a move just was inviting to be played, in my opinion. But yes, the secrets of chess are just because we like something and don't like something else. So it is, yes, each one has a choice of using her own taste and choosing the lines she thinks they are good, and giving her a very comfortable play in a way. But now, after knight g4 move, after knight g4, bishop f1, knight ge5, now suddenly she likes to exchange this knight on f3 in these pieces, but with very much delay, by using knight g4, knight e5. Probably she didn't want to double her pawns, what I can maybe believe. But it's very strange that this kind of variation, she wanted to exchange on e5, but in completely different setup position for her, for black. So, yeah, many times it happens that we have one plan in our head, but according to the answers of our opponent, we are able to change that plan. They say it is not good to be hard-headed into continuing with your trace plan, because you have to be sometimes flexible and try to find the most practical solution, not to go stubbornly into the line. Yes, you have already planned to do, because the situation may vary by every move. Chess is a dynamical game, and actually the position can change rapidly and quickly. And the character of the position, which is the most important to know for following your own plan, might change because of your opponent's. This is one of the main qualities for those players who are able to adapt on the opponent's moves and opponent's strategy, because they don't stick always on the move they wanted to play and now they cannot play, or something like this. But it is, yes, it belongs to the very important part of chess game to have your psychology and to have your calm way of approaching the positions, because yes, your opponents are not going to give you an easy work, no matter where you would like them to be. I mean, their pieces, because it is the ideas are present. And Mrs. Hujifan has lost a little bit of, I had my impression, her logical way of developing. I was saying the other day, if some remember, that connected knights are not very well placed knights. And Mrs. Hujifan was somehow having connected knights, then she went to g4, went to e5, and again keeps having connected knights by losing two moves actually to play it. So when we analyze by deduction, it simply should not be good. But of course, the position has close character, and it is likely that she cannot be punished for this kind of, let's say, improvisation of knight g4 and knight e5 move. But we are going to see this very soon, because she has lost more thinking time than Maria Muzichuk. And the game is maybe promising that something might happen, because yes, it is the position which has lots of possible bombshells in the which are not visible on the position, because one moment it can open and somebody who is better developed and has more space would get certain advantage. Yes, we have to wait and see how the real. I just wanted to come to this game, Mrs. Huifan. I didn't cover it by the camera, because it is very curious to see. Yes, so they have played this rather quickly. Knight takes f3, queen takes f3, and now immediately knight e5, which is quite, yes, a logical decision. She wants to come back with knight to c6 and get the square d4, which has been weakened already a long time ago. So another possibility is also that the queen goes to g3, but knight can also come to g4 in a way, because in order to try to press this bishop on this square e3 and to get it. But what is better? Is it better to have knight on c6 and come to d4, which is very solid, or just to go after bishop, which belongs to some uncertain... I would rather play knight c6, which is much more logical to happen. Mrs. Huifan didn't double her pawns, and she decided to have this square on d4 just by controlling with knight and bishop and pawn c5. So yes, without doubling pawns, but she has lost, of course, some precious time, although her position is still quite solid. She has no weaknesses. She has very well placed pieces. So yes, more or less that is it. Just one little view on Mrs. Kademalshari Stefanova, because those two players were not very lucky in the last rounds, because they had a bad day yesterday. They both lost the game, although the positions were in one moment, I would say, even quite in their favor. But yes, it is going to be some kind of trying to make a reconciliation with themselves in this game, because they may hope that today any result happens, it will be positive, because one of them will have it. Either two draws, either win, either draw. So that's it. I'm going to have I'm going to have this very quick look only on this position, and later we are going to have a little talk with the president of the club of Monaco, Circle the Czech, who is actually the most active person in Monaco for chess, because he did very much to bring this Grand Prix tournament here, and I think it is very fair that we dedicate some time talking to him, because he can tell us actually the secrets of such a big success Monaco had. So Mr. Rapper, Jean-Michel Rapper, this is his name. He is going to be now telling you more or less what was the main purpose of bringing this ladies' Grand Prix tournament in Monaco. And I would just give him a word. I wanted to ask him only if the ladies ladies participated in his club for so many years, winning 5 European championships in the team of Monaco, club events, was good motivation for him to bring this Grand Prix. So I give you Mr. Jean-Michel Rapper, who is going to give you at least some hints. I'm going to put him some questions, and I hope, yes, he can. Yes. So welcome here again, because we see each other every day, although, you know, internet people are not able to see you or to hear you. So this is a nice opportunity for them also to know that you exist.
Thank you, Rubo. Yes. No, I am very happy to organize this Woman FIDE Grand Prix. And, Monaco Chess Club, Cercle d'échecs de Monte Carlo, win 5 times European Club Cup. And the captain of the team is Almira Shkipchenko. Mm-hmm. And we here 12 players participate in the Woman FIDE Grand Prix, and 5 players are still playing for Monaco Chess Club, like Almira, of course, and also Wifan, Umpi Koneru, Anna Muzichuk, and Pia Kramling. And in the past, I think also in 2009, Alexandra Kostenyuk played for Monaco Chess Club, and also Nana Zanidze, of course.
And Pia Kramling, maybe?
Yeah, no, Pia Kramling, she played all European Club Cup for us. And Pia and Umpi and Almira win 5 times with Club with Cercle d'échecs de Monte Carlo. And Uifan and Anna win 3 times. And this year we don't participate in the European Club Cup in Skopje, because we organize a Women FIDE Grand Prix. It is a reason why Monaco don't participate in
Skopje very soon. Yes. It starts on the 17th or this month.
And I calculate also for a Grand Prix not to, pourrait-on dire en anglais, we choose a date, especially not to be in the same time.
Yes, not to make them also too busy. They get tired here also.
Exactly.
But actually it is pity that there is no world championship for clubs. It would be very nice, because I have impression that the club of Monaco would be the world champion easily. If you have such a strong ladies, I mean, in your presence. Of course, if the Chinese clubs would be present, then your Chinese girl would go away, probably. Yes, she would play for some Chinese club, but in general, yes, it is very nice. But can you say also something about actually the politics you make in Monaco, giving your let's say chess club rooms and the halls for younger people to come and have some maybe training or exercises? Yes. You are thinking probably of the youth.
Monaco is a small country, and we are very happy to participate in French competition. So Monaco play with our first team is in League 1, not on the top. But there is a top 12 in a French competition, and we are in League 1, and the second team is in League 3. We have team also in League 4 and in League 5. And in the past, we are very active, and we win 2 times the French title, in 2001 and 2002. And Jérôme Piquet win also 2 times with Monaco Chess Club in the French competition. And we participate also in a top 16 for young, and it's a very nice event, league for young, because you need team is 8 players, and you need to have 2 pupils under 10, 2 under 12, 14, and 16. So it's necessary to have
all generations.
Yes, all generations.
Representing, yes.
Yes.
And this is very nice, yes. And you can also say that I believe that since the club was founded in 1990, as I remember.
In 1949.
1949, the club was founded, yes. But yes. It is. But you are on the front of club from the 1990, no? More or less.
Me, president.
Yes.
Yes, 25 years ago.
Okay, very
it's
good.
horrible. We are old now, Lubo.
Yes, but okay, yeah, we are old, but our passion for chess remains.
Yes,
Our love and game is always, yes. We see many generations going through.
I take pleasure with top level for women and also for even when I play in League 4 or to follow the second team for youth in League 4. I am very happy to play, to organize.
So you can also confirm probably that the number of the affiliates, the members of your club, has risen substantially.
And it's how can I say it? It's funny, but we are 64 plus 1.
64 plus 1, yes. Yes, for a small principality, it is not so bad, really. But it is very important that there are many families who are living here or in surroundings and so on, like to bring their children to the club and to make them play, because they believe that it is one of the way to educate
and we have one family,
boys and girls.
We have one family, it's a Berezovsky family. The father is an international master and he lives in Monaco. And his wife, Svetlana, is Monaco and champion. And the two pupils, Fiorina and Jonathan, play in Monaco for youth.
Very nice.
Yes. And Monaco participates also in youth competition, European or World Youth Championship. And we send 15 pupils in Porto Carras. And they live 24 October to 6 of November. And we have also two trainers, and one is very famous, is Ovidiu Foishor.
Oh, that is very, very, very nice. I didn't know. So it's nice that the whole family Berezovsky is dedicated to chess. It is very interesting. But do they know, probably in Monaco and in France in general, that chess is one of the games which was brought in some countries into the schools? And do they have some plans in Monaco maybe to implement it, chess game in schools, which would be great news to hear, not only because the children should learn it, but I think because also many masters could give lectures and promote chess, and then the parents of those children could understand also that chess is a game which is delaying Alzheimer's disease. This has been proven on the scientific means that Alzheimer's disease in today's world, of course, it's getting probably more and more becoming dangerous for people, because if you don't use your brain and use the gadgets like these computers and equipment which doesn't let you think, it would be very nice probably to know that people in Monaco did have this idea of bringing this in schools, I hope.
We give chess lesson in school also.
You have it implemented in schools already?
Yes. Oh, not during the full time of school, periscolaire, how can we say that?
Yes, I understand. Yes, it's partly.
Yes.
Yes, some partly and not obligatory. So it means
exactly.
Yes, you give option that they can learn school. So it means that you have some qualified trainers who can give some lessons.
Yes,
to
we
them.
have one trainer. He goes in.
One is enough for the moment. Yes,
Monaco
is not big.
Monaco is exactly.
Yes. Yes.
And we have also women team in a French league in the top 12 also. And Pia, she play in a board 1, and we have also a very young player, Mathilde Chung, and Noëlla Joyce Lomandong play in Monaco team.
And tell me something, after this experience of this Grand Prix tournament, do you feel that people who actually are giving very much of help, like Casino of Monaco is giving these beautiful halls and everything, do you think they would be encouraged to continue with these kind of events? Yes? You have got already impression of this, yes?
More than impression.
Oh, even promises maybe, yes?
Yes.
Oh, that would be nice. I'm sure not only FIDE would be happy, because of course FIDE has to think how to organize all these events, but the main participants, they love it so far here. They're all very happy. although some of them didn't have good results, but still they will remember this place as one of the brightest they ever played because of these beautiful saloons.
But yesterday the first minister of Monaco gave the first move, and he offered also to all participants reception in the Minister of State of Monaco, and I think now my job is to think what we must organize and to propose to Casino of Monte Carlo and also to government what we will organize in the very soon future.
Yes, I'm very glad it is going that way because I think chess world should not miss to get introduced with such a beautiful venue of play as this casino is. So
casino is very, very happy to
have chess players,
especially women.
Especially women, yes.
The last tournament in Casino of Monte Carlo, it was in 1904, and the last winner was Maroxi.
Mm-hmm.
And we organize also a very big chess event, like in 1967 when Bobby Fischer win Monaco Grand Prix. But it was not in Casino of Monte Carlo. And Lubo, you play so many times Melody Amber tournament.
Yes, that's correct. But
and you win
yes.
the first edition in Monaco.
That's yes. But the point is that Monaco had a really long tradition. I was talking yesterday about 1901, 1902, 1903, 1904. Then it really waited a long time before in 1967, 68, when Botvinnik was here, 68, 67 was Fischer when he won.
Smyslov was present too. And I must thank also Van Oosterom family.
For the club.
Yes, for Amber tournament, it's really a dream, this tournament. Also for the club. If Monaco Chess Club win 5 times, it's with the support.
He had lots of merits for this, yes.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course,
yeah, that is very nice of you to mention Mr. Van Oosterom because he was one of the world's best mecenas and one of the best world supporters of chess. He was always very generous because he loved the game himself. Yes, he's today, rather in age, so he's not able to come here and follow all these games, although by internet at his home,
but it is
follows.
Most important. It's most important. You tell me he follows. I am very happy.
Yes, of course. Some people like to bring him news, what is happening. So,
and you know, we have a special Beauty Prize, who is given by Mr. and Mrs. Van Oosterom.
For this tournament, there is a beauty prize at the end, yes?
And you must decide with Jeroen and...
I'm belonging to this committee of other two, yes, and we have to, look over the games. I so far have my impressions, but I'm not going to disclose now which games are in contest because I would like that it's kept until the end.
The tournament is not finished.
That's correct, yes. So it's better we wait and see what is coming, yes. I'm very glad that you gave of your time and of your...
And you, Lubo, what is your impression of not only tournament, but of a casino, of where we play? What do you think about?
Yes, I think this... I have never seen such a playing venue in my life. It is clear. And it's... it would be really pity not to have another events, maybe even on higher level, maybe World Championship match, even among ladies or among men or whatever, which can be combined also with some very strong tournaments in the same time or whatever it is. So, so in principle, the goodwill of people to help chess at this moment, for example, is should be taken in consideration, and I'm very positive that. This may follow, this experience may follow. But, of course, I cannot know details as you do know because you live here, you're the citizen of Monaco, So, for you it is much easier, better access to all, let's say, authorities and people who are deciding on this. So, we would be all happy from the chess world if this event is only beginning of a very strong tradition to come in future.
Okay, we will see, but I will do my best.
Yes, thank you so much. I think the listeners of internet and followers of this tournament will have now better view who is behind this idea and who has done so much that Monaco Chess Club becomes actually the leading ladies chess club in the world.
We will be back next year in Novi Sad for Club Cup.
Ah, you come back. Yes, that's very nice to hear. Okay, good luck to you, and I hope your work will only become now more intensive because you will have many things now to close down. The experience is very important what you had now, but to arrange all things together and to show to certain people the possible outcome of good news on internet, in press, in all medias, would be one step forward that this kind of events continue.
Yes. Don't worry. I work.
Good luck.
Thank
you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Lubo.
All right, we are coming back now to live games. I still was not able to give a little comments of the games. For example, Kadem al-Sharieh, I started to talk about them, but then I've seen Mr. Rapper, who was coming very close, and I didn't want him to lose more time because he's extremely busy. And then I said, okay, I was interrupting this in order to give him a chance to speak to you and give his impressions about everything. As whatever I say, it would never be as authentic as he confirms it or as he says it. So this is one of the reasons. And I think people who were able to listen to him can get some conclusions that this is not going to be the last tournament. This is probably going to be the beginning of some very important project for the Monegasque society in order to bring chess much more popular to this place. So we are going to have we are going to have probably many years of ladies coming here, because it seems so that Casino of Monaco is very happy that the girls are here, but it also depends. It also depends when they see how was the press coverage and media coverage of this event, to get convinced that this type of events were worldwide transmitted, that people followed with certain interest. I cannot say the biggest interest, because chess still didn't penetrate into society as we would all like, but the game for itself is I think becoming more and more popular, especially among young people who are using computers, who are using electronic means in order to improve their play. So my impression is that chess should be an ideal vehicle to get into the youth established and make them think on their own way, because usually, this chess is very much educative in a way that you have to be autocritical, you have to be organize yourself very well, you must have your mind organized from the beginning. When you start play game, you have to think about your opponent. It requires very discipline, yes, and what is the most expensive, you have to learn to think both ways, which are always the most difficult ones, combined. This is the way of abstract thinking, so it means imaginative thinking, but at the same time to back it up with a mathematical way of thinking. Mathematical, why mathematical? Because chess objectively is limited, so it requires a very precise play, mathematical approach, but at the same time by imagination. That is why it is very much close to art. Chess is also, yes, requiring certain imagination and vision, intuition, however you want to call it, but definitely is the game which is maybe of those, let's say, brain games, probably the most complete one. I don't like to talk about this because I'm a chess player, but I've got already many opinions of psychologists, doctors, writers, people of all kinds of profession, that they believe also that chess is one of those games which is the most complete, especially for young people to learn, to think, and to fortify their own character lines. Okay, let's go back to Mrs. Kademalasharie and Stefanova. You can see that Mrs. Stefanova is choosing absolutely original line of opening. She is playing with black pieces because she never wanted to use theoretical lines. Like she's thinking that her position must be original from the beginning in order to create as more difficulties to her opponent. So after this opening moves, you can see that the position is unusual, at least, because none of those lines this knight would be on b7, and none of these lines bishop would be on g7. On g7 developed, because it is typical Mrs. Stefanova style, and it is her way of trying to put the fight very unusual manner, because moves are not seen in any book, I must say. This should have been some kind of very original nature. She is very well known about this way of play. So yes, it is. So we have this now after bishop g5. You can imagine that this the game goes just now knight e7. She doesn't want to move any other piece but to play this. Then knight c7. Then bishop f4 happens. Then pawn to c6. You see, it is so unusual position, the coming on board. And after bishop e5 move, Mrs. Stefanova doesn't want to exchange any piece because she feels probably obligation that she should win. She was the world champion for ladies. This Iranian girl is rather without much experience. She's young. She has lost, after first 3 draws, in the first 3 rounds, she has lost all the games so far, so 6 games in a row. And today she's playing probably with not much confidence. Mrs. Stefanova is trying to of course, her choice to play like this may turn against her because she's really making little risk because she's opening her king quickly. She wants to make these moves as believing that yes, she's taking already initiative or something. But my impression that she should be extremely careful because this girl is talented. The Iranian girl is very talented, and some inaccuracy by her, especially by this unsound king's position, may bring her problems. I'm very curious what would White do in this position, because White played this b3 move, and after knight g6, it is very, yes, I'm a little bit surprised. White should have been preparing pawn to e4 immediately, probably even in the position rook e1 should have been played, for example. As I want to say, for example, instead of b3 move, maybe just rook e1 was a very good move. Rook e1, and for example, after bishop f5, which, yes, might be a move, of course. Yes, maybe just some strange move, knight h4, or knight, yes, knight h2, I was saying, but maybe it is also not giving, maybe just move knight d2, for example, just to open and play e4, because when black has weakened the kingside position, the logical answer would be to play in the center and make this move e2, e4, because, yes, for example, queen d7, something like this, king h. Yes, and white should be having some advantage, I'm sure, because black square bishop is closed. White would play move e4 and would get certainly better space. But the girl didn't, yes, she was probably also very much surprised by the opening choice. She's losing much more time with her bishop to make it go on diagonal where probably would do nothing, because this bishop on c1 is protecting that black is able to play f7, f5 move later on when knight came to g6, as you could see. So if bishop goes on diagonal, then already maybe f7, f6, f5 move, and black square bishop gets open. So the idea was to play e4 as soon as possible. I think white would have stayed better, but she didn't. She missed that opportunity. Maybe it will be later too late to come back for the same possible idea. But I understand that, you see, now she's losing more time going actually for bishop a3. There is no need to do this in general. For example, bishop a3, and now again rook e8 is coming, which is black now controls completely the square e4, which should be one of the decisive hints of this position, because Yes, and black is getting ready when this knight goes, maybe at some moment even to play f6, f5 move and get, or maybe black is threatening already knight e4 move, which would be extremely difficult for white to oppose. So knight d2, maybe f5 is coming, and square e4 becomes completely controlled by black. So it will be really difficult for white now to do something sound. Maybe Mrs. Stefanova is aware that young Iranian player is not experienced, and by putting her this type of positions, it will be of course very big burden for Iranian young girl to find the right move. So after rook c1 happened, and now I think Mrs. Stefanova will come definitely with knight to e4. This is the position what she would probably enjoy to play, and this bishop on a3, which had so much movements. It went to g5, to f4, to e5, to f4 back to c1, if people remember. So it means on g5 1, on f4 2, on e5 3, come back on f4 4, 5 6, made 6 moves of only 17 moves, which were 17 moves white made so far. 6 moves were made by the black square bishop. So something speaks that it was not very good solution, and that yes, she will have certainly some problems. It is let's go to the game which we still didn't cover from the beginning, as Mrs. Zhukova and Skripchenko, because they have their way, encountered. They know very well each other. They have more or less, they are players who are already many years in the ladies' chess world, so they have lots of experience. And Mrs. Skripchenko plays this opening also very actively, and we are going to see now what was the point of black's play in this position, because the game started as logical very cautiously by both sides. After d4, knight f6, c4, knight f6, c4, e6, and now white decided to play for knight f3 line, and after b6, g3, something like bishop b4 I think happened, bishop b4 check happened eventually, and after bishop d2, bishop took d2, and after queen takes d2, bishop a6 happened, which is very logical. There were many games also played by this line, bishop d2, queen d2. Yes, so now b3 happened. It was without black square bishop. This move is maybe not immediately necessary, but after d5, now she will be much forced to take on d5, because there is no other choice. And Skripchenko plays knight e4 move, which is an unusual move, but I can say it is not a bad move at all, because after queen c2 or some other possible line, which yes, it is quite possible. Queen e3 she played, of course. Yes, this is also another strong square for a queen to enter. And after ed5, maybe white played simply knight to d2, which is, or knight to c3. Yes, so knight to c3 was another possibility. And after bishop b7, I think it was necessary to make this move. Maybe now bishop g2 probably happened. If I can say bishop g2, and after castling white probably also knight took on e4. Yeah, that was this. That is why we have this kind of opening. Yes, black is playing very inventive. Black is trying to put up very unusual opening fight, which is not very much and often seen in especially ladies' practice. This somehow sounds more way of play of men, because they are much more used of having this type of positions where black keeps this pawn on e4, closes the bishop, and now maneuvers that this knight on e5 becomes even object of an attack by f6 or by f6, or yes, and to follow then this knight would have to retreat to c4, most likely square, where from somehow it is not so well placed as on e5. But yes, the game is very much still within, I would say, opening waters, although they have played many moves, and some pawns were exchanged. Some pawns and pieces were exchanged, what is probably giving easier way for black to play this position, because black is going to be quite comfortable by developing her pieces. But in general, some you can see Mrs. Skripchenko is taking her chances, and after some queen c3, which was very unusual move, although maybe now knight e3 would come, or maybe rook ac1, another logical move. So it is, we have many possible lines for white to keep on defending, that white doesn't stand worse, although this bishop on g2 somehow is hitting very strong black pawns, e4, f5, what is many times shown in tournament practice that should be always favorable to the side who is able to achieve this kind of positions. But yes, white also has its trumps in the position, maybe in one moment even to undermine the position with pawn f3 later in order to make weaker square on e4, for example. Yes, it would be also one kind of, after, I understand the rook ac1 is possible to be played, but maybe rook a d1 is also a move, or maybe pawn to f3 might be also a move, and then perhaps just knight f6 to go and try to defend the pawn, although this can be a tricky variation in a way, because, for example, something like this may happen, maybe rook ac1 immediately now. But now, of course, this taking on f3 would be probably okay for black, probably, because if takes, maybe bishop takes, maybe knight to e4 to attack the queen, which is one of the possibilities, and on queen c7, for example, the queen would take on d4. So this would be some kind of, very unusual position, which maybe rook d1 could happen here. It is, pawn f5 is hanging. Maybe some even white can hope to get a better game even. It is possible, but I am... because what the position after this, rook a c8 move, I was thinking that maybe white can try to take pawn on e4, but the knight would take. So yes, it is not so simple for white to really get advantage here, in my opinion. It is not so simple. Black has a quite good, reasonably good position, because on some moves like h3 always would g6 come, and blank stands okay. It's no problem. So, yes, Mrs. Skripchenko is playing this with lots of energy. And who will say that that her very shaky play until so far, yes, today looks very. Oh, we have some new moves coming on this game. So after f5, rook fd1 happened eventually, and after knight f6, this was the move, and after knight f6, knight came to e5. The move which would follow, I hope, would be maybe queen to d6 or rook a to c8. It is one of those two moves are looking very logical. But it is up to her to decide, yes, which move to do. Maybe the position is, yes, double-edged, because maybe something to play queen h3, maybe queen e6, then queen c4 perhaps. White should be trying to exchange queens in order not to stand worse in general, because if black gets some piece on d5 later on with queens on board, it might be just a little bit better position for black, because giving more options to organize play on the king side and keep closed the queen side where normally white should play in such a positions, because white square bishop is rather closed. She has no choice. Let me now come back to the game of the day, which was Muzicuk Maria against Hu Yifan. I think this game deserves special attention, because the fight for the first place is actually very much depending on the result of this game today. So if we had the position before where Mrs. in this position which I was looking at, Miss Muzicuk didn't go with queen to g3 because queen on d1 and back probably is better placed, which it is very likely to be a case. And after queen d2 move, Miss Hu Yifan played rook b8 to play her b5 move, also very much logical. And after knight e2 move, the idea of white is very simple, to take on b5, and when this takes, to play this d2 d4 move, which should be the main idea of this position for white. But it is clear that black will not allow this to happen easily, and that's why she played e5 to close for a long time d3 d4 possibility. And after e5, I think it was very, very clever by Mrs. Muzicuk to come back after e5, to come back after e5 to come on c3 and aim to square d5, but bishop e6. What happened eventually is, yes, more or less game is within equal limits. They both have very similar time. I was thinking that Mrs. Hu Yifan has spent a little bit more thinking, but Maria Muzicuk is catching her up now, we can see. So the position is more or less even, I would say. If I would have to choose some side, I would probably choose black better than white, because black is ready to have f7, f5, b7, b5 eruption, and white has lost also some time, as black did with the knight, moving the knight, but still somehow more better placed pieces are in black's position, I would say. But it doesn't mean that black, yes, would be winning this game. Not at all. So we are, yes, let's return to Mrs. Koneru, because she's as I said before, one of the possible contenders to fight for the first place, as she is today only 1 point behind Hu Yifan and sharing the second place with Maria Muzichuk. So in her game of today, they advanced some moves actually, because the game went rather quickly after we were presenting this. Mrs. Kramling is thinking a little bit longer, and after Rook C1, DC4 happens. It's a kind of decision which was possible, of course, but I thought Black should be keeping something like Rook D8 move, very logical move to support pawn on D5, and just not to give the center option so quickly. So after castles, C takes D4, it is obvious that Mrs. Pia Kramling doesn't like to have isolated pawns so much, although in this game she has decided to play with this pawn, isolated pawn. What is she really doesn't like to do this type of position, to have isolated pawn. She would rather play against that isolated pawn by her style of play. But somehow Koneru gave her very much of invitation to come to this. What she probably didn't have choice, and she is now playing it. Yes, White's position is very comfortable. White has rather better development, although this square pawn d4, square on d5, of course, it's Black has always some counterplay because of this. And now Pia Kramling decided to give her knight in order to get this square. It is difficult how better White is, because I really don't believe that White has much in this position, because somehow there are very few pieces on board, so it is very difficult to do something. So after bishop a4, she played rook e1. After knight d7, the blockade on d5 square is coming very soon. So somehow Black has got very comfortable game, I would say. And now bishop b5 happens, also to exchange these bishops, which is forced almost for White. And after queen b5, we can see that White is trying as quickly as possible to make some exchange, but maybe a nice move could be queen b8, and after that maybe knight b6 or knight f6, just to control all the squares and try to get advantage of the square d5. But on the other hand, White has a c line, which gives very important, which gives her a very important line to play for, as maybe she can try to double rooks and get it, because Black is aiming to d5 and to close that line, but still c line is always an important line, open line. We all know that rooks should always stay on the open lines. Yes, there are. Mrs. Koneru didn't play queen b8, but she decided to play queen b6 move. I have impression that she is now definitely playing just not to be worse, although White should, in my opinion, probably not take the queen, but maybe also to take it and try to defend this position after, let's say, rook b8, perhaps knight e5 move. Because by attacking on f7, I don't believe that Black would have much time here to... Yeah, maybe it would. So, for example, maybe rook takes d4 would be a right move to play. And after maybe knight takes f7. Another move, knight d5, rook d7. Perhaps knight a8 is a move here. Very strange move, knight a8, but it has the reason why, because after white rook cannot go somewhere else, only on e7. After king f8, this knight on f7, king f8, this knight on f7 would be lost. And in the position of when rook takes on f7, so then again knight would come to c4, and again this position, okay, here it is maybe not so critical, because yes, it is still worse for white for some reason, because after knight d7, rook takes d7, this move could come, and after rook d1, which is forced, black would simply have to go with the king away, and again black would be standing definitely slightly better, although it is still not winning, but a little bit unpleasant. So maybe the solution of queen b6 is rather, yes, she went to e2, which I was thinking also to do, because this endgame could be a little bit tricky. So she did went to e2, and yes, so this would be very tricky. Queen b5, I think this is the possible line. Let me just have a look, because it is the line which promises for white to stay with isolated pawn, but gets yes, certain pressure. Maybe knight f6 is going to be probably the move very soon, as logical to expect. Rook ac8, of course, it might be another move of the position, but we are going to, yes, follow this game from near and move on to see what is happening. Other positions which I played today in the 10th round, the penultimate round. Tomorrow the games will start. I would like to say to the internet followers 1 hour earlier, instead of 3 o'clock this Central European time. It will be 2 o'clock Central European time. So the hour for people in the western part of the world, of the time zone in the west or time zone in the west, would be moved for 1 hour earlier. So if people who are ready to follow tomorrow, yes, just to know when to switch on to this live transmission of the Grand Prix for ladies. I would like to come back again to Mrs. Muzichuk and Hu Yifan. The position, as you see, is rather very close character. There are not many contact points, which I always like to mention, because chess sometimes is of contact, except that now in this certain position, yes, white has decided to enter with her knight to d5, and this is the only possible moment when one of these pieces really can be exchanged. So bishop can take this, or black can also come to d4. But in general, I have impression that the position is more or less within equal limits, although black position, as I mentioned before, is more of my taste. But yes, white has no weaknesses, and it would be unfair to say that she stands worse. She is yes, she is not standing on my taste, but she is objectively standing no worse. It is without question. We left the game of Kostenyuk-Pogonina, which was extremely interesting position. We were watching some kind of happenings after Kostenyuk. Yes, I would like to see also the picture of them on board, because they have employing good concentration, quite spend energy. They're looking like very concentrated, and perhaps White has maybe done something which was not expected, because now my impression by looking at the last, we are going to come back to this bishop d2, so knight ac6 happened, not ac2-4, what I was hoping for. And after bishop to b3 move, which is one of very good diagonals to take for White, looks quite logical. Bishop b3, now suddenly happened knight to a5. Miss Kostenyuk didn't want to come back. She simply tried to oppose with this bishop, because I can understand that if this is really if this is really was happening. So, and after bishop c3 move, White's idea should be to get square c6 if possible, to control it, but knight to d4 and if ever possible to come. But somehow it is not easy to get to this square, because black is now doing some attacking this knight on, and I'm wondering, was this perhaps a better move, knight to come to d4, although there are not many threats, or the move which she eventually played in the game, what allows now, maybe bishop d4 would be forced, because after this knight takes b2 and knight comes to d3 might be having very bad effects for White, not desirable effects. So black is somehow getting better centralized. For some, knight on h2 is a little bit out of play, although bishop on f8, but bishop on f8 it is keeping square d6 very steadily. So, in generally speaking, I have impression that black has got some positive outcome of this opening choice. And although she has spent much more time, we can see the difference in time is almost half an hour in favor of Mrs. Kostenyuk. But black's position is quite solid, looks good, and I'm not so sure that she will objectively have problems to equalize or to make some. Maybe now good move would be one of the good moves. Yes, would be maybe just to move knight perhaps to g6, or maybe some other square also. Knight to g6 would be another, to attack pawn d5, or maybe just to play a4 a5 move, which is also another good move. But then she has to face b3. What is happening after pawn to b3? Yes, this is. Maybe another of good moves in this position would be simply after bishop d4 just to play queen g6 perhaps, because the idea would be to come with knight to d3 and try to press. But it is, always tricky position after b3 perhaps. It doesn't show very much interest. I'm trying to see some very strange line here, actually. I'm trying to see this line, knight d3, very strange line, rook e8, rook e8, take on here, rook to e1 check, which is unusual move, of course. Queen takes e1, knight takes e1, rook takes e1, and queen c2 move. The idea of black is to capture pawn on a2. And for example, if rook e2 happens, it is not possible to defend. If knight f3 happens, then simply, yes, queen takes a2 and two pass pawns will win some material. But the main defensive line would be probably rook a1 back. And after rook a1 back, queen takes c4, knight f3, queen takes d5. I'm wondering how much of compensation for rook and two pieces black would have, because black's next move would be a5, a4, a3 perhaps, and opening and another pawn. So when you have queen d5 is in, it would be, yes, would be some unusual position, because, you know, queen and two pawns for rook and two pieces. But knights are usually, yes, they can be very good if they can jump on both sides at the same time, but you know, they are limited with their maneuvering space, so they cannot cover king side and queen side. So more or less, yes, maybe the position would be about even. Queen, two pawns against rook and two knights, more or less. Very strange. Probably black is not worse because of a pawns, yes. Today we have with us here also in Monaco, he came just the other day when all the authorities were around, the new president of the European Chess Federation. He's very well known to the chess fans as a grandmaster. He was one of the top grandmasters, let's say some 15, 20 years ago. Mr. Zurab Azmarparashvili of Georgia. He has become European president of European Chess Federation, and he's one of very active organizers in Georgia. He has made lots of events in that country. We know that Georgia is the place which was favoring always women chess. They have this centuries-long tradition. And he can tell us something more about his impressions about this Monaco and about his new task in the world of chess when became European president of European Chess Union, so Federation actually. But what is the most interesting for me, are you still more involved with the ladies' chess, or you are still more involved with the men's chess?
Yeah, hello everybody, hello Ljubom. It's for me the honor to be with you, that you interview me. Actually, one of the greatest chess players I know in my career, and many generations learned chess because of you, especially in former Yugoslavia. It was a great team after Gligo. Ljubojevic was a great chess player, and not only chess player. You are, for me, you are a social person who did a lot of different jobs. And today, the great example is here that you are doing a really very good job. That for our live spectators, they are getting very good advices, by the way, and it's not easy job. It's not easy, really. You know this, that
yes, I know.
Most of chess players, they can say, "It's what is this?" But we know that this is, and this is important one. So what I can say now, Jean-Michel is here with us, organizer of Monaco. Now, your first question was, what is my impression? Of course, it was a dream. It was a dream to organize chess tournament here in Monaco, in Casino. And this dream actually start in 2013. I remember when I visited first time Monaco with my, how you say that I become later president, but it was a campaign start from Monaco. And Jean-Michel showed me casino. I was impressed with this casino. And even more that we discussed that the tournament of 1902 was organized here by help of mecenates like Rothschild and Tadjani Megrelski, who was a Georgian, by the way. Right. So, and then the hallway where the ladies are playing, our beautiful and clever, most clever ladies in the world are playing today. That time in 2013, December, if I remember, 1st December it was, or 30th of November, Jean-Michel showed this, and he said that would be fantastic to organize here tournament, Grand Prix, ladies, because Jean-Michel is a favorite. He's a fan. He have a fantastic Monaco club. And the idea born like this. And then we spoke later with Kirsan. Kirsan liked this idea.
Mr. Ljubojevic.
Yeah, how my trainer, first trainer, he teach me, if you want to be a good chess player, you have to dream about something. It's not possible to do something if you don't dream about. So Jean-Michel is a good example. He dreamed about this, and this dream happened true today. And what I believe that ladies, always I'm thinking positive and as well as negative. So after this tournament, when they go to play normal one, they would not like the conditions. You understand the point? My point is my worry. They will say always, but this Monaco was so beautiful, so nice, and we never had such a condition. Okay, great job, a really great job, and I appreciate Monaco Chess Federation and people who support this.
So it's necessary to be back in Monaco.
Yeah, it's of course to be back with maybe different events, and not only Grand Prix but more serious events.
Yes, that is very nice what you are saying, of course. But for example, you are coming also from the country which was always through centuries very good organizers chess events. They had plenty of chess players, and the women chess actually was much more exposed on the world stage than men's chess in general. Although you were doing also very good results in the Olympiads, I remember an immense competition. Yes. And you had excellent chess school, because when I remember all the players who were living there, even from my youth and everything, I can say that the tradition which was made there made one of the, let's say, leading countries in that eastern part of Europe, yes, organizing countries, as Yugoslavia was at the time, of course, as you pointed very well. But do you think that Georgian dedication to chess is a part of cultural heritage which was maybe coming from long time ago, or it was just because it was introduced in the schools, or it just because it was somehow helped by society, or there is some kind of special mentality of people, they like to compete on intellectual level, or maybe to compete in general. Do you believe that some of those might be the reasons why Georgia was always so a special place on the earth, or this is just simply Caucasus, which also brings special mentality to people?
As all nations, Georgia also have a talented people, and the point, I want to somehow to introduce my vision on this, my vision, my personal. Okay, it's well known that to have a successful chess player, it's not only enough to be talented, but it's necessary to work a lot. So now...
and have infrastructure, and have organized infrastructure.
Yes, infrastructure, of course. I agree, infrastructure, it means you have to have some school, which is important. You have to have people, enthusiast people who are working there, and etc., etc. In what happened in the era of where our women, especially they own the crown during the 29 years. So what I believe that Nona have a great talent, no doubt about it, and Maya as well. But also behind them was a very good school, very good trainers, very good atmosphere. And from Nona and Maya, what I see, and even today, when Nona is taking chess, she's full in this game, and she can be with chessboard in her 74, she is 74. Next year we will celebrate her anniversary. And she still can work with chess in this age for 5 hours. So it means when she was young, she was working full day, doing other activities, and she has a lot of energy of that. So Maya continued this tradition, and Georgian people. Now I'm connecting a little bit here.
But I would like to remind you
why
Nana Alexandria,
yeah, exactly.
Yoseliani,
Bravo, Gurieli, yes.
Arachamia, of course. You had plenty of world-leading players.
Exactly, the era starts like this, and Georgians. What I want to explain, people will think that Georgians like chess and they support chess. My view is different. Georgians like victory, and when they saw that somewhere we are winning. And it was chess, because starting from Nona, I told you this. Nona and Maya continue, and you are right, Nana Alexandria, and in between Nana Yoseli and all the people, they like, okay, they are winning the tournament, they are winning the world championship, let's support them, let's support like this. And they start supporting chess. And even that period, I remember communist period, once third secretary of the Communist Party of Georgia, he called me. I was a quite ambitious chess player. I was maybe 23, 24 years old. I already beat Karpov. And he told me that you have to train Maya. You have to go and do everything. Okay, I told that I'm ready to go to work. And then I want to start about men chess. The guy don't want to listen even. Not only this, he said, men chess? Which kind of men chess? You have to help these girls because they are champions. Who are you like this? This is a typical Georgian mentality. But later on, of course, the support of men chess also started, because only event where we can introduce ourselves, we are not so much talented like Garry Kasparov or Anatoly Karpov or this generation. So I cannot compete with them. I have how you admit that I was one of the top, but it doesn't mean that I was on the top, correct? So I know that I cannot jump to fight for the world championship title. But for the Olympiad, it was important for us we fight always to be in first 10, even we are very close to being medals. Why? Team events is different, and I believe that you agree as a chess player. When you're individual can be good day or bad day, doesn't matter. You are responsible in front of yourself. So when it's a team event, something you are giving some more soul to chess, your team is feeling this, and they go with you together. What I believe that we have a good generation, also men player now, starting with leadership of Jobawa, but nobody is giving the soul. This is a problem. That's why the results, they go down. Because during my period, I remember when we play Olympiad, we were so exciting, like, I don't know, I cannot really give this. You are a chess player. I believe that you feel the same when you play for your team, how you can organize this team around you, and the team spirit is different.
Compact, yes.
Compact. So today, again, what I'm telling you, that we have a result again, female chess, again, they become a world champion, team world champion, and our government is ready to support because of the victory, because of the results. If there is no results, I'm very afraid that we will lose the sponsors, we will lose the government support. That's why always we are doing parallel event now in Georgia. We have a state program of development of chess, including chess in school. Chess in school is very important for us, because what I realize now, one thing it's you have a successful team, successful chess player, and that is supported. But this does not bring the number. It's only quality. We need the quantity. Quantity is bringing kids. And now 300 schools in Georgia, they start chess suddenly, because they are willing to have a chess inside the program. It means that thousands of kids, they will go to learn chess. And probably some of them, and maybe most of them, will continue to play in the different level. So this was it about Georgia.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And also, Nona is a Club Cup holder, European Club Cup.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, she established.
Nona is a club.
Club. Yes, it's a club. Yes.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, let's say, how many merits are of yours? Because recently we had this Grand Prix tournament, men's Grand Prix tournament in Tbilisi.
Yeah.
Because you just recently became president of European Chess Federation. So I'm thinking that you should have been very much influencing to bring that event into Tbilisi. I believe so.
It's not easy. It's not easy because Jean-Michel is the organizer. He knows how many efforts he have to really do to have such a beautiful event, which is also costly. It's not you cannot organize this without money. So yes, I knocked some doors there to have a sponsorship, to have a government support, and etc. And I feel somehow some obligation that we have a really great player, Bahadur Jobava, for whom we have to do something, at least that he will have access to play Grand Prix tournaments. And I was really, I'm telling you, I was very disappointed, not with the results of the Jobava, the behavior of him, how he played the tournament in Tbilisi. Somehow I don't feel that he feels the responsibility that behind our sponsors, behind is a government, and he have to do everything. And results, we cannot predict the results. He can be very a bad score in the tournament. But when people see that you are doing everything for this, then it's different. They will support next day. They will support next tournament next year. But when people see that you absolutely don't feel the responsibility, it's, I lost the hope, to say the truth. But what I say, that we'll support female chess, because I feel when Nana is playing, when Nino is playing, now Batsiashvili, when Khotenashvili is playing, they are giving the soul, they want to fight until the end. So we support this. I will support personally like this. I need people who are giving everything for this.
That's very nice, because I know that this part, eastern part, let's say, perhaps Russia is not in economical crisis as I can imagine, but after this petrol prices went down, and after
it's affected.
It's affected, and there are some sanctions by European Union, but the rest of the Western world.
It's affected our countries, because it's if somebody thinks that it's only for Russia, it's not like this, because we are neighboring country.
That's what I wanted to say.
Our currency also dropped down about 27%, which is
it's a lot.
It's a lot. You understand?
Yes.
But okay, we have to find a way. That's why we are in the politics, because we have to find a way how to manage, how to find other sources to continue this way what we plan. And we plan a long way in Georgia, especially because we have to organize a lot of tournaments, not only Grand Prix next year, but then World Cup in 2017, 2018 Olympiad as well. So
you have a good plan then, I see, yes. But let me, what do you think, for example, in the organization of the Chess Association, which is FIDE, European Chess Union, and so on? You as a chess player, you have had lots of experience as a player. Now you are coming on the side of the organizer. Do you think that we must change something or introduce something? Because I will give you my opinion, and you will tell me later. I just wanted to say, because I feel, unfortunately, when internet was brought and chess entered the internet, I thought that it would be the most helpful vehicle for chess to become popular. But it happened completely opposite. What has happened? It has happened that the players, they are followed only by internet now. When you come to watch the games live, you see empty halls. I know that in Russia, and perhaps in Georgia, in the eastern parts where the chess was so popular, people still come to theater, to the playing halls, to follow chess alive. But when you have only
live
the followers through internet, yes, so actually even chess journalists don't come because maybe they have many expenses. People like to skip this because, chess is the game of people where you need contacts. You cannot follow one game by looking on internet and not seeing people. You can do it, of course, by hear and everything. Do you think we should make some kind that it is very popular to transmit these games, but maybe I understand we should encourage also people to come and watch and be around, be present as it was before. What I have seen so far, there are many people following, which is very nice. Perhaps these games should be followed with some delay. That, organizers are giving very much money. to organize tournaments and everything, it would be very useful for them to give transmission to the people who are to become more professional in this world, to give to let's say companies
to become at least members
yes.
who are following, yeah.
Yes, members to get some kind of yes, because giving it all for free, you are actually encouraging people not to come, not
yes.
to follow it from near, and the worst of everything is, of course, if you give them a live in seconds and everything. We are coming to big open tournaments, for example, in a moment to think about cheatings, because by electronical means, if you cover the games live immediately, there are many connections. People get moves maybe in the toilet or by some kinds of gadgets, electronical gadgets. So I think something should be done because, of course, internet is very good and very popular and everything, but it is maybe time.
Yeah, players don't feel during the game
yes,
that somebody is watching their game.
Yeah, that's right.
True.
Yes. And I was thinking that something has to be changed in this attitude. Why? Because the chess would probably become more professional in a way that associations and organizations and everybody could get something. On the other hand, I understand the popularity of chess. Maybe we are not happy. How is it popular? But, professional top tournaments, they will have always many followers. There should be some rule that those tournaments are not for free, in my opinion. Which is I know it's very popular.
Conclusion, actually, yes, I understand. You say finally this was about what I started thinking immediately when you open discussion about this. To be honest, what you say, it's very interesting, and I believe that all is true. All is true what you say. Unfortunately, we lost spectators.
Yes,
live spectators. Right. At the same time, we have a live transmission spectators. I don't know how much they are. Some organizers, they claim that for the top tournaments, they have more than 1 million unique visitors per day. Possible. I'm not analyzing situation like this, but now to close internet, of course, it will be very unpopular because what people actually and many chess lovers, doesn't matter, they have now today. Somehow they will lose this, and I don't know that if you will get the spectators because of this. I'm not sure about that we can get, but what you say on the end, if we build them already by this way, actually, that transmitting game live, if we get so much people involved for free in internet, for free, correct? Either this is I don't know, our marketing people have to say to us that what is better in this case, if you have 1 million spectators, unique spectators, what I'm talking, per day, you have to advertise some product there and this will be interesting. I don't believe that somebody will be interested in this because 1 million is not a big market for the world, and you cannot sell any product. Coca-Cola will not sponsor you because 1 million unique spectators. Forget about this. But what I'm saying that if I want to follow something personally, so I should, and somebody is telling me that it's not free, it's just, $1 you have to pay, follow. I will pay this because it's not, today it's not a big money, it's like 20 years ago, 10 cents, probably like this. So what I believe that if you have it like this, at least you have to generate something to build a new product with this money.
I never wanted to close access to people of internet, totally opposite. I think they should have it. But on the top tournaments, which are very important and everything, I think something can be done because, if those players are producing, let's say, very interesting games, the organizers are paying them lots of money to come there, they have so many expenses, and let's say the internet outcome, when you look at the financial budget, how was it worth of everything, you can see that actually it didn't help much, So what I want to say that those great events like Olympiads, because
Yeah.
people all follow, it is very nice for amateurs to follow this, and I would never close it, of course.
Yeah.
But they should follow it maybe not, let's say, live in seconds. They should follow it maybe 15 minutes delay or 10 minutes delay, which
15
is...
minutes delay is,
Yes.
for me, it's fine because it's we can avoid many problems, including the cheating, how you say.
That's correct, yes.
So this is okay for me, and
That was my
I disagree
idea, that-
because some FIDE officials, they have a different idea. This is very important to transmit game live. For me, 15 minutes delay is quite okay.
I think there's
And
no...
I don't understand why, for example, if we are playing with you game in Moscow, why, for example, it's important that somebody is sitting in New York and 15 minutes delay. It should not be important. For the same city, maybe it's important. Then come and see our game if you are so
But
much
in general,
interested, yeah.
many information worldwide are actually delayed 15
Delayed,
minutes.
correct.
Maybe they cook them before they serve them to public and people. They cook them, they make the same...
I know about news like this, you know.
Of course, I also know about news.
We,
yes.
we say like this, that when they said we make a news, we say opposite that we cook the news.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Yeah.
Delay is only for against cheating.
Yes, of course. This is very important, yes, because especially for widely big tournaments where many open, many players, it's difficult to control them all. In one tournament like this, it is much easier to control them because they are all visible where they stay. But imagine tournaments of 200 people where they're all moving around, very few arbiters, they cannot follow all them. It is extremely difficult. But of course, cheating is not... yes, cheating was existing and will exist ever, probably. It is going to very, very difficult. But at least for very important events, we try to diminish this way of, to have some professional access.
I think it's more easy to control for only a few players. 12 players, it's easy. Even 20. After, okay, you're right. 200 or 600 or for Olympiad, yes.
No, Olympiad, it's really... Olympiad, I believe that about unique numbers, that visitors, it's 1 million or over 1 million. It's possible because 180 countries are involved, and
Yes, of course.
everybody have some small interest there. And so, but again, that's the right of the organizer, actually, if they want to sell, because as I know, there is a special paragraph, and we will fulfill this. Organizers are buying from FIDE internet right.
Yes.
Actually, if they want, they can sell it. The question is like this, that if you market well, then you can sell it. If you don't market, then you sell and just lost the big number of the spectators. You understand? There is a point which one, up to today, nobody risk. Up to today, I don't know. I think we will continue the same tradition in Georgia. If nobody is risking, why we should risk? So, but if from the point of view, you are right, because I'm now in the European Union, we have to do something. You are right. Otherwise, it's from where we are benefiting, I don't know. And it cannot continue like this. That every time you are asking now we market, for example, one event. Women championship, it's easy to sell now for us, and just a simple idea came because many people are bidding for youth events. So what to do now? Okay, if you want to get a youth event, you have to organize women event. Immediately we got 3 bids like this. Next year will be more.
Very well.
So we market, we have a problem here, okay, take it. So I think many things can be solved like this way.
Yeah, I think something has to be changed because the world is progressing very quickly, and how to say, the costs are raising on many different levels, not only, let's say, for administration, of handling everything. The organizing costs are raised up very much.
Costs,
and the costs of the
sometimes
prize fund,
I agree.
extra fees
I
for the
agree
players,
with you.
everything has raised up.
I agree with you, because prize fund, for example, women championship, let's say like this, 500,000, and organizing cost, it's almost similar.
Yes.
So it's quite a lot.
Quite a lot, yes, of course.
If you want to organize on the top
Yes.
level, of course, if you spend, you can spend 100,000, and your organization will be all below zero level. So nobody wants to spend so big money and to have a negative effect.
because what was my experience during so many years is that I see chess organization as one of the most conservative ones in general.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
That's true. Very difficult to change.
Very difficult to change. And
Yeah.
I realize this, but if chess organization is so conservative, so it means people of the chess organization are also conservative in a way, because yes, they are represented by people, in general, chess players, administration, presidents, vice presidents, so on. So I think this kind of mentality has to be changed and give some, because what I believe very much is that chess association in general needs flying agents, which should go and knock on many doors in the world. You don't go always to the same places and to say this. No, we have to try to find the market, because market is there. Chess, I know, is the most played sport in the private houses of the world.
Yeah.
Because many people have chess set at homes. And they exercise on maybe amateur level or whatsoever level. So it means it is extended. But what do you need? You need only to combine that extension and combine it and bring it into professional chess world. Flying agents, what it means? It doesn't mean that you have to bid constantly, but you get percentage. What organizers you find, where you find it, you are going to be remunerated.
You go for the professional level. Yeah,
I think so.
Absolutely.
It is necessary. Otherwise,
for example, in Europe, we have such a by General Assembly. It was last year accepted by General Assembly. Anyone, doesn't matter, it's a member or not, bring in the sponsor, have a right. We are giving 30%.
Okay,
that's fine, because we need such a
yes, of course,
to move people. Still, it's almost impossible to move.
Really?
Still is unbelievable. Yes, it's a really big percentage.
But my impression that you will need to include younger people, very much younger people, because younger people are much more flexible. There is a big problem in this part of the world, at least, of unemployment.
Comparing FIDE, we are very young.
Yes.
Really, I'm telling you, I'm not joking. Comparing FIDE, we are very young, but I take your word as a good kind of advice and good critic. You are right. Yes, we have to take younger people who are risking more easy than we are. Yeah.
But younger people who are maybe finishing some business schools or management or something, and they are ready to take this risk, travel, know the way to approach to the companies.
We have, for example, Chess in School Commission. We have chairman. We took this Swedish guy, Jasper Hall. Mm-hmm. He's working very well now today, and this commission is becoming successful. And we believe that, for example, next year, we'll have now I have a proposal from Brussels to 24th of February to organize Chess in School conference, like introduction inside the building of the Euro Parliament. So we will do it on this level. And you are right that many doors we have to knock, not only one and two. And somewhere will be the sponsors and somewhere will be the money for chess, and not only money, but also support.
No, yes.
Money is not always money. It's most important.
After having the example of Mr. Van Oosterom here in Monaco, for example, you can see that the private initiative is always much somehow better than you are waiting that some drop of something comes from the authorities, from some kind. So it means private. You see, you have a casino here who says, yes, we want to do this, because they are coming in. You understand? There is no some kind of official body which says, yes, we are going to invest and so on. Because private initiative, I remember there were many private investors like Ted Fields for Kasparov, if you remember.
Yeah,
there were many,
I remember.
This Slater in England, he saved actually match against Spassky and Fischer in those years by putting more money, otherwise Reykjavik would have not been a venue. So in general, some years ago in Moscow there was a match Anand for the World Championship.
Today, Mr.
Because
Sinkel
of the
is
private
organizing a very good tournament also.
Involvement of was there Mr. Filatov or not? Yes, Mr. Filatov organized.
Yeah.
So if there is no Mr. Kirsan Yumjinov,
actually Filatov, we are speaking very frankly, and he told me that he organized this match because his friend is a Boris Gelfand. And this is good that we have a lot of friends like this around. If we count the friends, everybody of us have a lot of friends, and these friends have a money. We know this. Correct. We have to work. I'm working on my way. I'm working really. I'm working with Bank of Georgia. They're very nice people, but it's difficult to work with bank. With bankers, especially, it's very difficult. You know this.
It is, I know, yes.
Yeah. So, but I'm working, and somehow they need sometimes our help also, and I'm doing my best. It's not like this that only they have to give us. We have to give something also. We have a relationship. We know the world. Sometimes for them it's important to make a new bridges.
The latest example is Sinkefield in the United States, yes?
Yes.
A gentleman who really
Yeah.
does and wants to make. I mean,
Correct.
there are many people in the world like this, and I'm sure there are many, many more. But we never...
Yeah,
Kirsan, I wanted to say, he also helped FIDE when there was a siege, when Kasparov went on one side, left FIDE as a world champion, then he had to organize. He came in, he saved by Las Vegas World Championship.
Actually, yes,
I remember.
the world was split, correct, and
Yes.
Kirsan succeeded. During 10 years,
Yes, that's right.
he succeeded to unite. It was very important, by the
Yes,
way.
but because then he was really putting his private money to save World Championship in Las Vegas in 1998, I think it was, yes.
So there are people who love chess and are
Yeah, so
ready.
okay, very good, yes.
Then there will be new people whom probably we don't know.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. That there are such people who we don't know, who are ready. Just we have to find the right people, how you say, who will go this way.
Yes,
Yeah.
but the question is to introduce youngsters, yes. This is my opinion because, yeah, the world relies on them, actually.
Casino of Monte Carlo is very happy to. We have this Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Monaco.
You see, Casino is happy. It's important.
Very happy.
But they're all happy at the end.
Yes, yes.
They're all happy. All governments would be
government
very
is
happy
very,
if
very
some
happy.
private person like Mr. Van Rossum organizes something. Everybody's happy. They applaud all, of course. It is very important.
Chess and casino is perfect. Okay, this casino is a historic casino.
Yes.
Very old, but I think it's like a renaissance.
Yes, okay, let's hope so.
Renaissance.
Okay,
We know what it is.
Mr. Asma, really, thank you so much.
Thank
You
you,
have
thank
lots
you,
of
Ljubomir.
energy, I can
Thank
see
you.
that. You have
Yeah, still.
lots of push, which is very important. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the place where you have been chosen to be. So I wish you
you.
really good luck in bringing all your plans to be fruitful.
Thank you very much,
And
Ljubomir.
we are going, of course, to follow.
Now
what is
follow the
happening.
games.
Yes, we have to come back to follow the games. Yeah, we make a little short break because, yes, I would like also to switch now on chess, a little bit chess moves.
Okay,
Okay, thank you so much for being guest today,
thank you.
and I hope the internet followers would have also enjoyed some, let's say, distension of pure chess moves. We were trying to cover some chess politics or chess observation on the wider level. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the 10th round of the Ladies Grand Prix in Monaco. We have had some interesting talk with the President of European Chess Federation, Mr. Zurab Azmaiparashvili from Georgia. We were trying to, resume more or less how is our chess world today, what we need to do and everything. You must also understand that my intention was never to cut internet privilege for the chess player. It's totally opposite. I would like that it happens. But I thought that it would be really useful that there should be some delay, because we have had many cheatings, many different unpleasant situations happening in many strong open tournaments with many players participating. And that is mainly the reason. Imagine if we start 15 rounds later to comment this game, nobody would actually even notice that the game is not automatically replayed. So my comments will start, let's say, 15 minutes later than the game there. So everything would be live, the same live. But yes, this is one kind of practical solutions to do in today's world, because we have also to take measures that it cannot stay always like this, because technology is advancing very much and people are remaining playing their game more or less on very old manners, and yes, they try to put a human touch in it, but some others are using advantage of progress, technological progress, to be more clever in a way. So if you remember, I would like to come back to the main game of today. Mrs. Hu Yifan is leading 1 point ahead of followers Maria Muzichuk and Mrs. Koneru. And if you remember, I have left the position when Maria Muzichuk played move knight to d5. I was saying that this is now the only possibility actually that they exchange one piece, the bishop should take. But of course, black was already very much advanced to make this kind of eruption in a play. And yes, after b5 happened b3, because this pawn, and now, as I was saying before, that I would prefer black pieces is because of this side actions by b5 and f5. Yes, somehow white has more limited space and more limited options, so white is in a way obliged to wait and see what black would do. And imagine in this position, Miss Muzichuk played move g3, but Hu Yifan, who doesn't need to win today, it's amazing, she's playing with lots of energy this position, and she is giving a pawn away, a full pawn away, although she can always recover exchange on a1, but she seems doesn't want to do that. She's just giving the whole pawn, and after knight takes f4, bishop g4 happened in a game eventually, and after bishop g2, because white should be happy actually to give this rook on a1 and take, and black squares would be rather weak. White exchange down would not be so important, but yes, she plays bishop g2 for that reason. But Miss Hu Yifan, as I say, she plays with incredible energy. She doesn't want to take that exchange. She just goes for quick action. It is impossible to defend knight f3 entry here, and she would actually take white square bishop of white, what would be one of the main holders of white's position. We can see now that Mrs. Muzichuk has lost much more time. She's under extreme pressure. She's not having an easy decision to make here, and this is the reason why she thinks, definitely. I'm very curious if this game, when bishop comes to f3, for example, we can see at this position something like knight d5, knight f3 check, bishop takes, knight check. It is extremely difficult how to protect the white king after possible move. If something happens like queen here, then just queen come to d7, and these white squares become fatal for white pieces. So it is extremely difficult. It was so nicely energetic way of play by Mrs. Hu Yifan that it is really difficult for white how to continue in this position. I think she has probably to go with the king to h1 or some other place, which, yes, king to h1 probably, and to be ready to give maybe even two changes. This is my impression. But for example, like knight f3 comes, then we go queen e2, which is reasonable move. Maybe knight h2 is also possible, but after this, perhaps, yes, perhaps queen h4 may come, take, yes, knight f3, maybe not immediately, maybe rook takes f4 would be just a disaster again, and after bishop takes, knight f3 would mate. So it is extremely difficult position for white. It is difficult decision to make. My impression is that she underestimated black's pieces, sacrifice of pawn, and you see black has such a beautiful coordination in all. And yes, she has lost much time with white, that's also true. She was playing with the bishop to b5, to d3, to f1, to now to g2. So it is extremely important to understand that this. Maybe one of the possible moves would be f3, but it's also not helping much. Or maybe another move would be h3, perhaps. This could be maybe another move. For example, like knight f3 check, takes, bishop takes, and what else to do but to come with the knight to g2 to defend squares, but after queen d7, it is unlikely that white can really defend this position. For example, knight h4, it can happen, and after queen h3, knight takes f3, maybe simply rook takes f3, and the pieces are entering, bishop is coming to e5, and yes, it is just extremely difficult position for white. I'm not daring to say yet that the position is lost, but it's very close to losing, in my opinion. We have, of course, other games in progress today. We have this Pia Kramlin-Koneru. Mrs. Koneru is getting to certain pressure in the position because her that isolated pawn I was talking about on d4 still remains isolated. So it is perhaps a chance for Mrs. Koneru to make a win and still keep on threatening to Hu Yifan, especially if she doesn't win the game today. If she wins the game today, of course, it will be very difficult. Yes, that Miss Hu Yifan then would be losing last round, and Miss Koneru would also win last round. So there would be some share of the first place, which is extremely unlikely. But it is fair to say that Mrs. Koneru was having a very interesting tournament because she lost some games, but she was able to be the only one to beat Mrs. Hu Yifan, who is today, of course, probably able to beat Maria Muzichuk, because Maria was still undefeated, the only undefeated player in this event. So yes, it is somehow this round one of the rounds which will be remembered for a long time, especially because the dominance of Hu Yifan has proved to be such a big one, because it was Maria Muzichuk was in a good form. She's the world champion. She was playing very solid, very sound chess. But in today's game, I'm afraid that she has been outplayed. And that is what... So we are coming back to the game of Pia Kramling, because if you remember, that was the position which the queen was... the queen was a b5, and she went queen to e2, not to exchange queens, which was the right decision, in my opinion. After rook a c8, rook c2 happened for white. So they have decided to exchange one rook. Queen is now, of course, still having this. Now black went knight to b8 to close the c line and to come back on c6, threatening to take the pawn on d4. So white had to take some measures after this. She played a very, very strange move, h4. I don't know why this move was necessary, but yes, she decided so. I was thinking that there should have been some other possibilities. Maybe she wants just to go on for some king side attack by g4, g5. I don't know what are her intentions really, but it doesn't seem so logical what she did. But still, yes, she's still keeping the position, let's say, more or less within limits. Of course, to take on d4 would be wrong, because white would exchange all the pieces, would come with the queen to c8 and capture pawn on b7, and the position would be, yes, more or less equal. So this weak pawn, yeah, deserves to be taken much more. So she played rook d5 move, Miss Koneru, which was very much justified, I must say. She knows and why did white play here b4 move? This is not what I can answer now, because I thought in these kind of positions maybe simply to move queen somewhere or to do something, or play just g3 and move the king g3 and move the king and keep this. But after exchanging this pawn, my impression is that if you have one weakness on d4, there is a chess principle. The game cannot be won if your opponent has only one weakness. You need to provoke another weakness at least in order to make with those two weaknesses chances to win. With one weakness, it is usually not enough. So if one weakness is on d4, white should be able to keep this position. But if white provokes now another weakness on a3, let's say, it would become then much more critical for her, because the object of attack, pawn a3, would be more visible. So let's see how this position went. Rook took on a5, on a3 pawn was hanging, so clear. So queen has to go to d3 to defend this pawn. Of course, if queen comes to a7, white was probably thinking to play rook e3. There was no other choice. Maybe black could have played that way also. But black decided, Mrs. Koneru decided to play, after queen d3, rook to b5. She wants to be ready. She wants to be ready to play rook b3 and capture the pawn on a3. What is way, and by this she is forcing probably rook to e3 to come back. What is not what she played, actually Pia Kramling played the move knight to d2. I thought that this move, rook to e2, would have been a bit better, because it is somehow more logical to have knight on f3 than on d2. On f3 it is more close to central squares than on d2, but okay, the choice was taken, nothing to do, so she went knight to d2. So yes, she went knight to d2, and then black decided to play rook d5 back to attack this pawn again. On d4 to attack it again. Rook e3 would have been probably better move, I think, but yeah, it's too late to regret. Let's see it if there was. So knight comes to d2. So after rook d5 move, black played rook d5 to take the pawn, then happened knight to b3. And Mrs. Coneru played queen to b2. It is clear that black stands more pleasant, that black's position is a little bit more pleasant, of course. And so after queen b2, rook e2 happened, a perpetual attack on the queen, which is also a way of play, quite logical. And after queen f4, I'm wondering if she returns back to e4, where would white go? Maybe to d6, maybe to f5. It's also possible. Maybe queen f5 is the right move in order to win some pawn. And get, of course, it is important to see maybe now white would start pushing her pawns, which might be a position to. After queen f4, I'm just wondering what. Rook e4 is a move, of course. Maybe queen comes back to d6, which is another very reasonable move. Or queen f5, g4. How ready is white to have maybe queen to g6? Black should be standing better. There is no, because always something like h5, of course, comes queen f6, but on the move rook in this position, without playing g4, for example, after rook e3, it is also not good, because rook takes d3, and after e5, the pin on this line becomes very unpleasant, because if you want to go away, it would take probably, and rook b7, maybe there are some drawing chances for white, of course, but yes, rook c7 would be some kind of move which maybe saves the game, actually. It is possible. So after queen f5, rook d3, and on e5, rook b3. Maybe better move would be probably to play then e4 in this position and get some edge, perhaps, because after knight to d2, then rook would take to d4. After, for example, rook to d, then knight to d2, rook would take to d4. And after knight to e5, then knight would take to d4 again. And then, yes, black clearly stands better. So this is the reason why queen d3 exchange would be favorable for black. And maybe Pia Kramling is afraid to play rook e4 move, fearing much that queen f5 may come. Although her position is still defensible, maybe queen e3 just, which is quite a reasonable move, I must say. But it's up to her to decide, yes, which way to go. Black stands definitely slightly better, because black's pieces are having target on d4. Black has got very nice positional pressure. But it is still far away of winning the game. So yes, let's go back again to the game of Muzichuk Hu Yifan, because her position of white was yes, rather very much difficult. She did eventually played some move after she did play h3 move, what I was suggesting in a way, and after knight f3, bishop takes f3, knight takes f3. She also has played queen e6, knight e6 to attack the queen, black queen. And now, yes, queen h4 happened because pawn on h3 was hanging, and white was obliged to play knight g5 move, which is, of course, a big concession. Because after h6, white is still obliged to take on f3, and when rook takes on f3, the advantage, black's advantage is enormous, because on h3 is not possible to defend this pawn. This rook is hanging all the time on a1. So, yes, white's position is really, eventually this is happening in a game, as I can see now. After knight takes f3, of course, yes, rook takes f3, that will be the outcome. Mrs. Muzichuk is only on 2 minutes for next 14 moves to make, which is extremely difficult in a position where she is under terrible pressure. White somehow has no coordination. White is just losing the whole king side control, and it's unfortunately just not possible to go away even by giving an exchange, queen g2, king e2, some move like queen h5 or queen g4 or something. It's just showing an incredible strength of the black's position, yes, because there are no moves. They're just everything here remains stuck. She has no moves. She's just in a position which is very close. I'm talking about game Mrs. Muzichuk Hu Yifan, because she would be just in, yes, difficult to defend, and I think there is no defense objectively, because yes, white's king is just coming under pressure. So this is just the question of time. How will black use her skills to finish this game off? I think now she played d4, which is the move losing almost at once, I would say, because after rook h3 it is invisible. How can she defend mate? If she goes king f1, queen h5 would come, and that would be the end, because rook h1 check would happen. And of course, yes, there is nothing to do. Rook h1 check is a threat. So she has no much means. Maybe queen h5. What to do? Maybe just, yes, this doesn't help either because of queen f3 and whatever. Rook h1 always. So yes, the position is over. After rook takes h3, what eventually happened, she went king f1, and after queen h5, she will probably give up. She will decide to, yes, to abandon the game, because there is nothing. Yes, it is remarkably, she played queen g4, which is also a good move, of course, but yeah, queen h5 was also very strong. So it is the question. Maria Muzichuk resigned. This is her first defeat in the tournament. Mrs. Hu Yifan is now almost assuring her first place. The game was well played. The game was nice. And it is clear that white strategy was not good to have that opening. It was, yes, Mrs. Yifan, Hu Yifan was brave. She didn't want to have equal opening She played knight d7 after bishop b check, looking for more complications. She has, she has shown to be the strongest ladies player in the world, most likely. And there will be no objections to this, I think so, among anybody. Although Miss Muzichuk has played very well so far. She has shown why she was the world champion, why she was, winning the last world championship completely meritly. But today, yes, she didn't have her day, I would say. They're coming very soon now to the press center to make a press conference. They will analyze with you this game, while I will try now to come back to Mrs. Kramling and Koneru, because, as I said, this game will still give kind of, so in this position, Miss Koneru, after queen f4, she went, Pia Kramling went pawn g3, which is very reasonable, very good move. Also, not rook e4 to repeat, but after after g3 went queen d6, and now the move was played queen to b3 to attack pawn b7. We know that taking on d4 would be not really good, because then only exchange and queen takes on b7 it would give it. But this is, of course, one of the possible options. And when queen takes b7, perhaps just queen takes a3. If I can see well, there is no something concrete to be happening, except, yes, you lose a pawn, but you fight probably well this position, as it is difficult, for example, to play check, goes, maybe, yes, it is a pawn down always. Pia Kramling decided to enter this position and play pawn down. I hope she has counted possible chances to save the game, but yes, maybe pawn down would make her extremely difficult to save this game. She might succeed at the end, but still it is extremely unpleasant to play this kind of position. Okay, Mrs. Koneru thinks it is fair to say that Koneru has a little bit better time, 5 minutes more on clock, but it is not so much decisive as possibly pawn up on board. Yes, let's wait and see what is going to be her decision. This pawn sacrifice maybe is a practical chance for White to save a draw, but it is not really pleasant to keep on playing for a long time, probably this position where Black will press down White with pawn up, of course, and who knows, we are going to see very soon what is happening. Miss Kostenyuk, we are going to leave her now for a while, Mrs. Kostenyuk and Pogonina, because that position went to endgame, and my impressions are about even endgame. I'm going to give the place now very soon for the press conference, and I wouldn't like to continue with Mrs. Pogonina, and after the exchange of queens, as you can see, rook b8 happened, rook c1 happened, knight c2 went to e5. More or less the position is simply balanced. It is very difficult to have any kind of advantage for either side. But White's position is perhaps, yes, more. White's position is perhaps more vulnerable because she played knight d3 move, rook d3. I'm sorry, rook b3, knight f3. Why didn't she play rook to f3? I really don't know. Yes, I don't know. Why didn't she play rook f3? She didn't want to exchange, yes, the pieces, but this should have been probably better move. Rook to f3, I think. So let's come back. After b3 took knight, when there were some other moves, I'm sorry, like the 3 rook f1, there was f5 move played by black, which was a good move. No, I'm sorry, this is not. After f4, f5 was played, and after g3, then it was b3. Okay, I'll leave you with the press conference of Hu Yifan and Maria Muzichuk. It should be a very interesting press conference because they were showing the best form in this tournament so far. And I'm very glad that they have possibilities now to say their opening choice. It was brave by black not to play bishop d7 and make simple lines. She entered knight d7 and okay. They will say what they think. Thank you, we come later.
Welcome to this press conference. Now we are going to analyze the game between Maria Muzichuk and Hu Yifan. They just have finished their game with victory of Hu Yifan in 29 moves. Okay, Yifan, probably you should show some, just click like this.
Okay, great. Yeah, so we went to the Sicilian bishop b5 and I chose knight d7, which is, just a variation. It's fine. And later on, after c4, well, it's very interesting for black to choose knight g4, knight e5, and knight c6 plan to prevent d4, or because otherwise white might choose bishop f1 and d4 to play the kind of mirror structure. And I think it's around equal. Okay, I mean, black is very comfortable because white cannot push d4, and black could just move the piece out, and at some point b5 or f5 later on. Yes, I think it's quite normal. 92. Yeah, here I was thinking to choose between e5 or just allow d4, or even, yes, maybe 94. But 94 maybe not ideal. White might go for this one. I'm not sure,
but black is okay anyway.
Yeah.
They have very good.
I think any move should be fine.
Okay, I played 92. I didn't see that my position is better, so actually I thought that maybe it's about an equal position after e5, knight c3 would happen in the game, but then I did something wrong, I think.
Bishop b6, 95 looks normal. Or maybe you could try g3, bishop g2 first.
I thought about this, but maybe b5, b3, and queen f5.
Yeah.
So now I thought that maybe it's not so good to play knight d5 for me, and I decided to play immediately knight d5.
Yeah. But here maybe still bishop g2 and keep here.
But after knight d4, I can't take on d4 with the queen, with the bishop.
Yeah, black seems like to want few temples.
Yes.
In the setup. So
it's like
very
symmetrical, but
yeah, 95.
No, I think maybe rook b1 was better because b3 it allows this play on the king side f5, so it's not good for white.
don't open, no, this diagonal. In the game you opened this, it was decisive.
Yes,
This.
during the game I thought it must be okay for white after f5, d3 and f4 take, and I considered only bishop d5, and so I wanted to play ed. Ed take.
Maybe take on.
Take and dc, and after bishop d2 and bishop d5 I have very good compensation, but I somehow missed this move bishop d4.
You missed bishop d4, no?
Yes.
This would you blunder. Yes, and later of course it's lost game, no, already. After bishop d4 it's impossible to survive.
I couldn't find, maybe there is some only move, but it's difficult to say which one. So instead of h3 I couldn't find anything, so I spent almost my whole time.
But I think it's lost, that's why you could not probably, because it's... no, Ivan, you didn't see any defense, no, for Maria?
Yeah, not exactly.
Maybe knight e2 was the only move, but of course it's lost.
But
so
still, like
it was
queen
better.
h4, bishop, not queen h4, bishop g4, bishop e5. I mean here.
Yes. So queen h4.
Yes.
Join bishop g4.
Yes, or even bishop e5 first and bishop g4.
That is not so interesting, I think.
Yes, it looks like completely lost. No?
So it seems like b3 is
Yeah.
the biggest mistake.
Yeah, there's a kind of forced moves. And maybe one. Yeah, probably.
Yes. I wanted to ask something. When are you going to start the preparation for the match, or already you started? If I knew.
Oh, actually not yet, because only here I has been informed that the exact date. So
You didn't start.
yeah, it's still like a half a year. Okay, 5 months. And I still have some tournaments before that.
And do you have some team who is going to help you? Or
Well, since, as I said, I still didn't start to, think or start really to prepare. So I think now time is still like, a bit early to talk exactly what's gonna happen.
Maria, sorry. Of course, your sister Anna is going to help you, I can imagine. But if you are going to help some team or some help.
Of course, I think we both will prepare for this match, but
okay, but you still didn't start, no?
Of course, we have started, but we often play at the same tournament, so you watch the games of each other.
You're both professional chess players. I would like to ask how many hours per day you work in chess?
Well, now since I'm also studying, so the time really has to be split, and it really depends on which format I have. If I'm in the semester and there's many classes to study, like previous 2 years, because I almost take all the credits. I has 2 each semester as a maximum, so it's hard to spend so much time on chess. But once there's some important tournaments coming or the study is not in priorities, I will spend more time.
If, for example, how many hours in this case?
Well, it's really hard to say because, for example,
it's very irregular, no? You cannot say today 5, another day 0.
Yes, very flexible.
Very flexible. Maria, and you? What is normal?
It's difficult to say exactly because in my case, much depends on my mood. So if I have a wish, I can practice even 10 hours or more. But if I don't have a wish, I just can.
You don't have some routine which every day 6 hours, every day. You don't have.
I try to practice chess every day, but of course, it's generally it's impossible. So of course, you must have a rest as well.
A woman of your level, you think it's possible today live only from chess? Women chess, it's enough prices?
Well, for the specific situation in China, which we have to pay high taxes, so I guess it could be, but not very promising.
Maria?
I can say the same.
The same?
Yeah, it's not very promising.
Okay.
Possible to live, of
Very
course,
pessimistic if player number 1 telling this. I would like to ask how many
Okay, we
top
speak
10, top
generally
20.
about women
Mhm.
chess,
Yes.
so it's my own opinion.
Okay.
And what about us?
What
About us? Give this like this.
Okay, some questions from public.
Jean-Michel, ask questions. Great question.
Are you happy to be in
Oh.
Monte Carlo?
Fantastic.
Are you happy to be in Monte
Okay,
Carlo?
smiling, so it's very good for photo. You see?
Good photo after the
Good question.
Okay, and I have to say that it is one of the best tournaments by organizing I ever played, so I'm very glad to be here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also the playing
Awesome.
hall is fantastic because it's
Would you like to back here for some next, it's
If
in
I
plans?
organize, Coupe du Monde, World
Yeah,
Cup.
World
It's
Cup?
a world championship. It's
Or-
not cup. It's a world championship.
World Championship,
Tournament.
knockout, c'est ça.
Tournament, knockout.
Knockout.
for women?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you happy to back?
Actually, of course, I would love to come back to play in Monte Carlo, in casino, whatever, which what the tournament is. So I look forward to come back in the future.
Okay, I hope
Yeah,
that
since,
after the match, you both, you'll have enough money to come to play to Carlo Casino. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, girls.
If it does,
Thank
okay.
you.
Welcome to our press conference. Now we are going to talk with Anna Muzichuk and Nana Dzagnidze. They just have finished to play their game with victory of Nana in 25 moves. Nana, how it happened so fast with black?
I never played this line before.
You mean
I
knight
used to-
f6 or knight c6?
Knight f6
Knight
here,
f6.
I think. Yes, because I used to play d6. And such
You
a-
wanted to
such a-
surprise.
Such a structure.
Mhm.
Yeah. Queen c7 here, I think I've never played. I played knight f6 with g6, not with this structure. Here, I think main move is bishop f1, knight g4, g3, and like this, I think. d6 and d6 and d3, bishop g2. I don't know. This is as I know. This is the main line here. Bishop c4. I don't know. I think it is, but I was trying to remember, but I could not. I don't know. So I played these things. First I was thinking to play knight g4, but then there's knight d5, and I don't know.
Take, no?
If take knight f3, and I didn't like after that this my position. So also there is this cd and queen c4. I was thinking, but rook e4, I think, and
And some problems, no?
yes. That's why I played knight g8. Yes. I was thinking here about a4 first. And I should play, I think, b6, otherwise, if something else, then, let's say, if d6, then knight d5, and this knight is coming on b6.
Yes, looks
so,
very dangerous for black.
Yeah, somehow. Maybe not directly, because maybe there is this knight f3 and queen h4.
You consider it as a4 or not?
Yeah, but I didn't like 97.
But what did you
a4? After a4?
I was thinking about b6 here.
But Anna,
What you didn't like here?
97.
97 also, but 97 I didn't like. Why I didn't like this? Because I did not want to give you to play a5 here. That's why I was going to play.
But I don't see how to defend the pawn nearby.
Okay, if d3 and bishop f4.
Then you can play knight g6.
Knight g6, right? Okay. Yes. Okay, possible. Yes. Yes. 97. Yeah. Maybe, yeah. This way. Yes. This is more, this moves more or less, I think, forced.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, here. Maybe I was thinking about city at b3 also. Because now f5 is not so good, I think, for me. Because this c file is open for rook, so later on I can't make a long castle because of this file is open. On cb I was going to play d5, I think. Yes, like that, and then 97, 96, something like that. Yeah. After ab I played a5, knight g3. Yes, this is all correct, I think. But here I was thinking about knight h5, I think. Did you consider this move, knight h5?
Yeah.
Oh, I was going
Look
to
at
king f7, yes. And my plan was rook e8 and then d6 somehow. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking like that. Yeah. There's it. No, I think my position is comfortable here.
Yes, I agree. Because also this pawn e5, it's always like a weak pawn, no?
Yeah.
Weak pawn is difficult.
Yeah, to queen h5.
Finally,
I think
you sacrificed, no? Finally, this pawn, or it was
but
impossible
I think
already.
it was impossible,
It was impossible
to defend. Yes, I think I don't know how to do. F4. Let's say F4 here. But
Yes, looks not very beautiful,
yes,
but
yes,
probably
I can take
it's
and play
important.
queen c2. No, this is not.
No, it doesn't work.
Not good. Yes. But I was thinking just a moment here, maybe rook c1, I think, but still I have this. Because this position I was thinking about f4. Maybe I want f4 and bishop d4 and rook f5. Something like that I was thinking. This was my plan. So I thought maybe rook ac1 not to give me this bishop d4 because cd is with tempo. But the rook ac1 also I have, I think, this one. Right? Just take the pawn. Knight e3 is also a threat. Yeah. Yeah, knight e5, bishop f4. Yes. And here I was thinking about king h1. Not to give me this knight f3. And I don't have this knight f7 here because of something. Because this knight f5. And if I take here, then this check perpetual. I was thinking about this. After king h1, I don't have this knight f7, I think, and I should play something like maybe rook a8. But then you have this knight f5 all the time. This on 8 is hanging. So I don't know. I was thinking king h1 was the best move in this
Did
position.
you see this move? King h1
I
or
think
not?
it's already a bad position.
Already is bad. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
rook
but
e8, yeah, I saw this move. But after king h1, you always have this knight g4 and...
oh yeah, but here I think it's
yeah,
not
no,
working.
after rook e8, it's...
After rook e8, let's say after rook e8, I think you have. No, you don't. Just a moment. If queen e2, knight f7, and on e5 is not hanging, right? But if now you take on e5,
Just take.
yes, and nothing. Now I have g6.
G6.
G6, I think I have. Yeah. I don't know.
And queen
Looks-
c6 also.
Yes, looks like
Yeah,
black,
but
black
this
is
bishop,
okay.
this is, I don't know. Because of, I think, time trouble here, you make this decision to sacrifice the piece here. Because after this is just losing.
Yes, I just lost. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to this press conference. Now we are going to talk with Natalia Zhukova and Elmira Skripchenko. They just have finished their game in draw in 31 moves. Okay, Elmira, you played with white.
No, but...
No, we play with white.
No,
Natalia, sorry,
yes.
Natalia. So, you played with white, probably.
It was
you can
Queen
move.
Indian.
Yes, Queen Indian, and actually we played the variation
Modern.
which is very
Very
popular,
fashion,
yes,
fashion, yes,
fashionable
very
these
fashion.
days. And Natalia could expect that I might know this, but since
Yes.
I worked all my repertoire before the tournament, it was not clear what am I going to play, and so, but we were. It's incredible, but
trying, yeah.
yes, this all is theoretical line. Here, knight a4 is very important move because otherwise you would be a little bit worse. Queen e3, d5, knight c3, bishop b7, bishop g2, castle. This, this.
Take. And here is two games, in this position. One it's Bakro Navara,
Yes,
and another one, yes, Postny Cornet. You see,
and the thing is that there's only two games. I make
And you
novelty.
both knew this during the game.
Yes, of
This
course.
is novelty,
But
and
which
Natalia
I
analyzed this,
analyzed.
and I was completely shocked because she played immediately.
Very fast.
Yes, and then I didn't. I said, okay, oh my god. So she analyzed, and then I
Because it feels line of computer. Come on.
yes, okay, but still, sometimes you play just human moves to
Yeah.
improve pieces. But here,
But it's computer move. It's the Queen d5.
but actually, what is going on c5? I couldn't remember.
Rook d1.
Rook
probably.
d1,
Yeah, rook d1.
yes, rook f1, and then okay, I didn't like this. Okay, but if I play knight e6, just to couldn't remember if I can
Yeah, but
equalize.
no, you cannot equalize
But where
by
is the move?
force. Probably knight c4, no?
Knight c4 and then rook d8.
Rook d8,
yes,
yeah.
this is what I
Actually,
couldn't remember.
You
looked at this line, yes?
But yes, but now I don't remember.
I don't remember anything. So, but I could remember that f6 was in my
yes,
like
main.
But look,
main.
it looks interesting for black. No,
Yes,
how to
so
now
so
what to do?
But
so that's why. But I was not sure
about knight c4, yeah.
Yes.
No, rook d1 logical.
No, rook d1.
Rook d1
yes.
for sure.
Knight a6
Knight
and here.
a6, yeah.
Here.
Maybe f4.
Yes, f4.
F4.
F4. Actually, I was looking at f4.
Yeah,
yes, and then
it's
we have
always
this
trick in
knight
this
f2.
position. Yeah.
Yes, and then I was not sure. Yes, I think this is why I didn't like it. Because now what we were telling, I'm looking at the position from the white side, and this is not what I was looking at. I think, yes, I think this is, because then when you take on d1, the king goes on f2, and maybe the queen is going to be quite quite a good piece.
Yeah, better.
Because with the knight on e5, always threatening on f7, so I don't know.
What I thought the main line in my analysis was knight d7. F6 was in some move, but knight d7. And for some reason, knight c4, it's computer line.
Yes?
Okay, and
I couldn't remember.
Knight c4, you play knight f6, for example.
Yes, but the thing is that I wanted to play with the pawn on f5.
Okay,
yes,
you wanted so
that's why my line was
I thought
f6,
that it's
knight
a
c4.
little bit dangerous, can be, but
the thing is,
it's if queen f4.
Yes, queen f4.
Yeah, it's actually what I was.
Yes, wait a second. Switch.
Okay.
Switch. I will tell you.
In the phone.
Cannot remember anything.
Okay, knight c6 was why I rejected, you know.
Yes, but if I play knight c6.
Knight c6, yes. This is why I rejected to play queen f4.
Because now I remember, because knight d4 is on my
and if e3, you know, just
yes, but then
my queen.
Even yes, your queen is out of me. I can even play rook f7.
Absolutely out.
Yes, so I didn't like this.
Yeah.
f5. Queen c3 is also in my analysis.
In my also, so okay. What
I cannot understand. There are only 2 games in the base, but still we managed to.
You see, yeah.
And you're talking about women's chess. Yes,
no, it's just.
And here basically my plan is that I want to play with f5, and even if I give up the e5 square, I'm going with the knight on d5, and this is sort of like annihilating the. I think the position are roughly equal. But here, because I understood your plan.
Yeah.
Because knight f6.
Rook c1, I should play for sure, you know, first of all, instead of knight
yes, I was looking at this because you want me to play rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8. Yeah, but I am tempo more, no?
No, but I'm not sure, because then you give me the possibility to play with c5, maybe, if the knight is on. Then I'm not sure, because I'm not going to do the same plan.
Or maybe before now, no?
Before? And
if I will on the time to do everything, you know, you will be worse a little bit. Okay,
yes.
Nothing special, but just.
But if here I also was thinking about queen e6.
Queen e6, yeah.
Instead of rook c8.
Again with idea.
Yes, and then the queen is actually better than on d6, and then I'm protecting. And I was also hoping for f4 one day.
Yeah, you are hoping, yeah. But which moment in my analysis, you know, somehow I managed to play f4 and e3, you know, and this.
I think
maybe
it's
now,
here.
no, yes, wait. Instead of rook d.
Here.
No,
wait
queen c3, knight d7, f4. Maybe after queen c3, knight d7.
No, here.
Why?
Play knight e5, knight d7, f4. But this is. I think this is the computer one. And then
but it's time to play c5, no?
No, I wasn't going to play with c5. I will play with knight f6, the same.
And the same to block position. Yeah.
Because I could even maybe. I don't.
But if I play with queen c3, 3, you know, rook d1, bishop f1.
This was I was hoping for this, but then I probably can play with c6, b5. You can never get my knight from d5.
Okay.
And then you do not have f3.
You deeply analyzed, you know, this position.
No, I was actually so tired during the game because I said,
No,
okay,
super, you see how
Yes, but at
prepared.
least
Okay,
this
me
time-
also, but
Yes,
you...
Yes,
no, but I
Both of
you
us.
guessed
yes,
completely.
but actually I guessed in many games, especially with black. But the thing is that okay, sometimes it's not so forced, and then games are very complicated. So, but here
Yeah,
I think
continue.
yes, C6. Actually,
C6? You thought a long time.
yes, because I was actually thinking about how to prevent this. E3 is fine, not F3, but bishop F1 and bishop
Yes,
C4.
yes,
I
yes.
understood, that you're going to torture me. So that's why I thought for a long time, and I
Yeah.
didn't know with which move to start.
To start,
Maybe this.
rook 8,
Yes, because then, okay, my rook is maybe not necessary on F6, because then
E3.
E3 and then C6. Because maybe my rook, this, if you play F3 here, maybe it's a little bit better version.
Yeah, rook better place.
Yes, but I'm not sure. So, because then if she
I'm not
plays,
forced yet to play F3, but I
Yes,
wanted to open
because
somehow.
here,
I feel
here,
that Elmira will block everything,
no, actually here I was thinking either I am playing B5, and I do
B5.
not give you, but okay, I can also play G5.
Oi.
This is, as soon as the bishop left G2, I wanted
Yeah,
to
why
play
not?
this.
Why
yes.
not? No, actually, I should to play F4.
Yes, you want to, you think that he
Somehow, I don't know. It's dangerous to play.
so, but then you cannot leave. I think that maybe what happened in the game is actually rather C6, E3.
But now you can play rook 8.
Yes, it's the same. But
Yeah.
then I wanted actually,
What?
I thought that I will economize
afraid
that.
me?
No, if you play this, then G5.
Ah,
That
yeah,
was
of
the
course,
idea,
of course. I mean, after rook f6.
And then I thought that after F3, then rook on F6 protects the C6. So, and then this rook is better on D8. So maybe it's actually rather
Who
because
knows?
the,
F3.
I don't know, rook D8.
E4. I like my position. I mean,
But it's, I think it's rather, because, okay, you have weaknesses.
yeah, I
don't
have one
know,
weakness
yes,
on D4.
There's this, G6, because H6 could
No,
be very
no,
dangerous.
no. You play 97.
Ah, yes, knight d7 first, yes, because
first.
you do not, yes.
97.
To protect the pawn, because there is queen c2 at some point.
It's in clear plan what to do.
Yes, and
Queen
here,
D3.
yes, I don't know, there was queen c2 or queen
Queen,
d3
yeah,
with the
play
same
G6.
idea, yes.
Why you play G6? Queen D3, G6.
Yes, knight g4,
Knight G4.
rook f8. I didn't like this rook e6, because then you
Queen
might
E3.
enter.
Now you had this interesting move, Queen E6. Oh,
Yes, but I didn't
yeah.
want to get to the, and then if you go rook e1.
No, come on. Knight on G4.
Ah, then, oh,
Queen.
sorry. This I forgot.
You forgot?
Yes, I
Really?
yes.
No, because it was some interesting idea. No, come on.
No.
Who? Bishop D5.
Yes, bishop d5.
But you will take C5. Check. I
this-
think
I
it's
saw
not,
something
it's
like
not
this, yes.
good for me. Probably. Just King G7. You're not worse.
But,
What? Queen E6.
yes, queen e6.
I was worried about this move.
But why did you play queen e3 then? After knight e5, I couldn't see better than, rook f6.
I wanted to play.
Yes, I know that. You're not going to
I wanted to
lose.
play. No, it's not lose. Okay, maybe to play.
But okay,
Uh,
wait.
mm,
Knight f2?
no, maybe
Right.
H3. But okay.
Yes, but okay, yes, pinned. But now my piece are all well.
Yeah,
That's-
no. Bishop G2, wait a moment.
But
Bishop
actually,
Queen G4,
I
Queen
was
E7.
thinking-
Wait a moment.
yes.
Queen E7. Bishop G2. But Rook D4 at the end, yeah? Rook D4 at the end. Okay, maybe play H3.
H3, yes. I wanted
Why
to...
not? Why not?
Yes, but the thing is, here you will have to...
It's what
because
to
there's
do.
still... Okay, and if I play you... Knight f5?
Not knight F5 impossible.
Why?
Bishop F5.
Yes, it's
yes,
true, it's true.
Yes.
No, it's just. No.
Yes, bishop 5, queen e3. You
Okay,
mean that you're
take
better,
the-
then,
yeah,
yes,
yeah, better
then you're
endgame.
better endgame. Okay.
H3.
H3, and then...
Okay, I thought it's
I don't know. I was
playable.
so-
And you know, I wanted to move my rook from divan
Yes,
because
but that's
you
why.
now.
Yes, but that's
because
why I
now
kept my queen on d6. That's why
you-
I didn't even look at queen a6 because I wanted to absolutely not to allow you to move
Yes,
rook f1.
yes,
And then
exactly.
your pieces are.
But I
staying.
wanted to move my pieces. Is
No, I
but okay, you
because I
play
thought I
here.
have to exchange the knight and then okay, I cannot.
Okay,
be-
queen g5.
Yes, queen
Queen g5.
Okay, this that doesn't work.
Yeah,
because you're
this is
simply losing.
calculated,
Yes,
but
this
nothing.
is
Nothing.
just,
Mm-hmm. Just
you're-
shows a variation.
Yes, you're
yes.
just piece
Knight
down.
h7 and yes.
Queen
till
d6.
this
Yeah,
one.
king
And
h6. Nothing.
Still, because the pieces are tied up, you cannot bring anything here. So and then you knight h6 and
Nothing
just
special.
So and then queen h7.
I checked, but nothing special. Check king h8, bishop 2, and okay, you play knight
Yes,
g8.
because you didn't have any time, so I said, and I knew that I wanted to exchange the knight. in this
I
position.
wanted my
Yes.
I
Okay,
wanted
so
to play
if I do
here,
this,
here, and if
This what? This did
no,
not
no,
happen.
yeah,
No, but I can also-
Just
Elmira
let-
offered to draw,
Yes,
and
but
I accepted
but I
because
can also play first.
yes, but here it's some problem probably. Okay, not problem. I mean,
For?
but,
For you?
No, it's
no.
just that.
What?
Sorry.
Go. They my queen three. I mean, I can play. That's what I mean.
And how? Oh,
What are
sorry.
you doing?
No, but okay, knight g4, I want to play knight e7. So that was
knight
my
e7.
original idea. I really don't understand. I have to.
Mm-hmm.
And now maybe I want to
I am
play
not-
knight f5.
Yes,
To
you
take the
want.
pawn,
Yeah,
yes.
but queen f5 check. I should.
Yes,
I should play.
yeah.
You will take. Yeah. And if I take with pawn.
Or
nothing,
knight?
yeah. With knight, it's nothing special. Probably rook d6, just king g7, rook.
Mm-hmm.
No, rook d6
I
first.
don't know what about pawn
Rook d6
c6.
first. Elmira, wait a moment.
what
With
about
knight,
with
but
knight?
no, it can be
Wait,
better.
okay, let's
I mean,
see.
take with knight,
Where?
but it's
You attack c6 pawn for a moment.
rook d6.
Yeah,
Rook
rook
d6.
d6, yes, the same.
Nothing
And
special.
then
Yeah?
nothing special.
And then king g7. No, I was
Rook f1. Wait a moment.
What rook f1?
Rook f1.
King
But
g7.
then,
Take.
Take
Check.
rook g, king g8.
no, but also pawn
And I
on
will take
d4.
rook
reacts,
f7. No, maybe not so easy.
No, just
maybe
take
king
rook d4,
a8.
no?
E8.
King e8.
Ah, no,
no,
I can,
king
yes, I
e8.
can king e8. Yes.
And
I wanted to play knight f5 at some point. No, but I was thinking this, yes.
Yeah, take.
And
King g7, you
yes.
should play. And e6 maybe. Huh? Wanted to play knight e5.
and
Don't know, you bishop on the rook d7.
White is
probably.
better, I think.
Yeah?
Yes.
really?
Looks like.
What's going on?
I don't know.
I'm not so sure.
Knight e5, take on e6,
Yes.
take on c6. Yeah.
And draw.
No, I mean,
No.
it's
No,
usual.
e6 I would not play.
Yeah?
Yes,
E6.
it's better to wait.
But if not,
Okay.
what to do?
What to do?
What to do?
And some rook d6,
Before, but,
no? Rook d6 or
maybe
something.
before.
No, but then
Before.
Before.
Before?
Yeah.
Okay, another possible
Mm-hmm.
move.
But bishop c8.
Yes, I want actually to play bishop.
Yeah,
c8
you want to.
and then to regroup. No, I think it's.
It
rather
should be equal. Yeah.
Because I can also take this pawn at some
Okay,
point.
I
Knight
was-
f6, okay, it's a long game,
It
it's
was
clear, it's
long
very
time,
long
you know.
game.
For some reason,
Yes, she had
I-
1
know.
minute. so-
1
Ah,
minute.
yes, of
Elmira
course.
had 15. You know, I
Yes,
thought,
so
okay.
then.
But for me, looked like all game white was little bit better.
Yeah,
But this is
little
normal.
some-
White is
yes,
better
yes,
than the beginning.
Like some
Especially with the
initiative.
preparation.
Yes. Come on, I cannot. Okay, I had looked at all, like Queen's Indian. So I'm actually very satisfied that.
But Queen Indian, it's opening with counterplay. You know,
Yes.
if white make
Oversteps, yes.
yeah,
Yes, of course,
oversteps
it's
or
some
make
danger.
some
It's
bad
typical,
things.
no? You think you are fantastic
Yeah.
with white and later something
No,
happened and
just,
you lost, no?
Yeah, and actually, this is also my.
it's strategical good
Yes, it's
opening.
strategically very
I mean.
good opening, and this is also my first experience in this variation, so I cannot probably also
Feel.
be very precise. So
It's
I
not-
am quite happy that I managed to understand the plans and so on.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
very
Yes,
good.
thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
We are coming back to the live coverage of the penultimate round of the Grand Prix tournament in Monaco for ladies. There was a press conference of 3 consecutively finished games. The fourth one also followed after that. First, Mrs. Hui Fan won nicely with a very precise play. And she won against Maria Muzichuk, this was her first defeat. And it is fair to say that Black played really inventive this game, and she was pressing from the other games. Of course, Mrs. Dagnidze also won. You could hear press conference. I'm not going to now repeat what they mostly said. I would like to follow now with the games which are still in progress, and there are some interesting positions. Mrs. Conero is trying to get some way to exploit that isolated pawn on d4 of Pia Kramling, and she's pushing, I must say, quite hard, trying to maneuver and then come back and then moving around. I have impression that she is playing more on time of Pia Kramling than on the position, because White stands quite well. White stands very solid in center, protects more or less all weak squares so far. So it is very difficult to believe that yes, she might come into some problems perhaps. But white pieces are of course less active. They are standing on somehow very statically. They have to wait and see what black is intending to do. This is some kind of very unpleasant, yes, type of position, especially if you are having less time on clock, what might be the case in this particular, although the difference is not so big, it's a very small difference, but still. The other games which are still in progress are Kadem Al-Shairek against Stefanova. We have seen this game already a long time ago. We were not covering it, how was happening, but in a way it was clear that Mrs. Stefanova got a better game. She was playing very strange, rare moves, and in one moment it was not so easy for Mrs. Stefanova to bring this game to win, because there were some tactical lines which were helping. I think Stefanova had a much better position in the middle game. Perhaps she didn't play very accurately, but now she's coming to some exchange win, because in this position we have on diagram what has been happening is we have seen this position on diagram. This is Queen f3 was played, bishop went to g6 in this position. Then Queen took on d5 the pawn. That was a kind of, was it the kind of, Rook c8 was played before as far as I remember. So this is not exactly the position which I have on board. But this move, Rook c1, and then it happened, so Rook c1 was in this position, and then Rook c8 happened, of course. Let's go back a little bit. I just Rook ce1, and then the move happened, Rook c8. This was... Then it happened, of course, this position, Rook c8, Bishop f6, of course. Somehow this is... Rook c8. There was this. So we were having rook was on c1, so then in this position h5 happened, yes. So it is, the game went rook c1, h5 happened in this position, knight c2, queen d6, rook, and yes, this was queen d6, rook d1, rook c8, and now it was the line which knight e3, queen d7 back. That was it, yes. Knight c2, knight c6, knight d1. Yes, that was the position. We are going to see now. Yes, I have missed by king h2, king h8, queen f3, and now black has played bishop g6, and after queen d5, take, bishop takes d5, knight e7 happened, pawn, knight to b4, a5, and now rook takes e7, and bishop takes e7, knight c6. We have, yes, white is of course fighting for a draw. It is very difficult for white to objectively to save this game, but yes, she is fighting still. It is a position where with pawn down, with the pawn for exchange. Objectively not easy to defend, but somehow, yes, maybe she has slight chances not to lose this game, white. But I'm afraid that Mrs. Stefanova is yes, much more experienced, and she will be able somehow to bring this game to win. So we are going also again back to Mrs. Kramling and Koneru, because her position, they were just repeating some moves. Rook went to d6, king. So for this position, rook went to d6, king to g2, because yes, black is constantly pressing this isolated pawn and trying to get possibly another time pressure in this game, because white is somehow steadily passive. White has, of course, still only one weakness, which is pawn d4. She can always try to attack pawn on b5, so to equalize her a3 pawn. But my impression is that her time is worse. She's doesn't like to come in time pressure, and they are already in some stage where she might be even getting tired. Pia Kramling was, yes, competing for so many years in among the best in the world, but yes, of course, her physical condition, as she is the most veteran of all participants, she will probably have some, yes, problems of freshness to meet the last moves of this game. Another interesting position is, of course, with Mrs. Kostenyuk and Pogonina, because they are still fighting that Spanish defense, if you remember, where they came to kind of an endgame, very interesting endgame. Black won a pawn, but it's very difficult to say how much black position can be brought to win. So after knight took, this was the position where could have happened in this game. This was the position, yes, knight takes d4. Actually, in this position, I was expecting this move eventually, but it didn't happen in the game. She decided to play the move rook b2 check, which was, yes, of course, another possibility. I was thinking that rook d3 was, but maybe a rook comes to c4, and yes, then knight to e7, and so on. Yes, well, black was, of course, better in a position without question, for example, yes. But she gave check, that we don't want to spend no more time on other moves, because they were coming. Happened rook b2 check. I just want you to see that while the others were giving the press conference, so king f3 went, knight went to e7, and after knight e6, it is clear that black cannot take because of rook c8. So black had to wait with the knight on e7, and for that reason, black played first rook b3 check, and after king moved to f2 also, back. Then she went rook b8, keeping a pawn still passed. She won. I have impression that white's pieces were not very harmoniously placed, because knight on h5 would be very good if there would be some possible attack on a king to stay there. But since we are talking about endgames, it is very unlikely that this knight would be well placed, because the perspective of this knight is usually very negative and playing against white's position in general. But yes, she's still fighting. She knows how to. Mrs. Kostenyuk is she never gives up somehow. She's always finding some difficult resources how to defend the position. But I have impression that she will in this game suffer one pawn down, no matter would it be in light pieces endgame, or it would be together with one rook, because it is the question. The only question is, now she has to defend this pawn on d5, which is logical, and now it seems that black was able to prepare some some h6 move, and after g4 she just went to f7 with the king. Of course, knight g5 was avoided now to be played. So it is, yes, maybe the position would be coming to equal after all, after knight c5, knight c7 perhaps. Yes, rook a7. What to do? Should she take a pawn, or she should come back maybe? If she takes the pawn, it's also possible, of course, yeah. After knight e7 back, yes, maybe she has also to go back again. It will be always a pawn down. How pawn down? Yeah. Like a knight d5, rook a6, and maybe some very, yeah, but it's always somehow worse. It would be always probably, or maybe even some rook c6 is fine, perhaps here. Rook c6, and if possible to come with king to d7 and bishop to e7, and okay. Yes, black has chances maybe to win this game even. I remember that recently there was a game against Carlsen. I think Carlsen lost this very similar kind of pass d pawn position with pawn down to Grischuk in the tournament of Sinkefeld, United States. Very similar type of position, knight and rook against rook and bishop, with one pawn down for Carlsen, who defends he was defending fiercely, but he could not somehow hold this position. Yes, it was something like, yeah, very similar to this position. Actually, knight e4, rook is, yeah, and this deep pawn finally. But I think Mr. Carlsen didn't play very accurately that endgame. Otherwise, he would have probably saved it. But okay, let's. We see now that yeah, Mrs. Pogonina has advantage. She's really looking. Yes, to win, but her time is much worse on the clock. I realize now that she has less than 10 minutes time in the position where, yes, it was this h6. So h6 move, I have to say, they have played Mrs. She didn't take on f5, she was playing g5 move. Which was, yes, interesting try to make more complications on board. But it is also, yeah, maybe good for black to force this knight from h5 to g3. It is, yes, questionable how good it is, yeah. I have impression that this g5 move is only playing on black favor as black is having pawn up, and if you are pawn up, yes, you should better change more pawns if possible in order to reduce that position. But after g5, yes, king g6, knight g3 probably would be necessary to happen. And now, yes, how to continue? It is, yeah, maybe not so simple to win this for black, because bishop on f8 is rather bad piece. So white should maybe, yes, maybe in this particular position, maybe even white should, no, exchanging is not probably good. But maybe some, yeah, it's not so easy. Not so easy. White is fighting with a very solid knight. How is knight d5? I'm afraid is not a good move, because knight d5, because knight would take simply the bishop. So it is no way. I was thinking maybe this knight cannot come out, but actually the knight comes out on d7. So it is not so simple to defend for black, because activity of white is, yeah, perhaps a guarantee that she might save this position, save the game. Although it is, and yeah, maybe g6 is the move in this position. It's unusual. I don't know if knight f6 would be correct try, because yes, it is not correct. Yes, it is probably correct try, knight f6. And after something like bishop g7, perhaps just to, yeah, maybe not so good try after g6. It is interesting position. Maybe g6 is one of those moves to be made and get and give black some space to play this position, as if knight g3 has to go back. Perhaps also bishop g7 is good move, or maybe even just capturing on knight d5, then knight f8. Yes, but then, yes, yeah, but knight d7 comes. Yes, I understand. Yeah, but somehow, some pawns, but pawn up is probably here good. Yeah. Pawn up is probably very good for black, yes, also. Yeah. Knight f6 bishop, yes, maybe bishop g7 and yes, and take and pawn up somehow still for black. It is difficult, of course. Mr. Piquet is here today, who is coming from the office where he works, and of course he follows every day what is happening in in this tournament, he's very busy, didn't give him more time to assist, but he was coming always in the last moments of the session, almost every day, in order to see what is happening. So he follows this game. So yes, now they have decided for some reason G6 was not played, but King G6 eventually was played, and after Knight G3, King went back simply. Why did it come back? Maybe now H4 is coming, and maybe White just makes a little bit more compact position, which is also Mrs. Pogonina is in time pressure. It is very difficult to make accurate moves. She's trying to make one move and gain 30 seconds on clock, because after every move, you know, Fischer was very clever when he has introduced the clock of Bobby Fischer, that you should never have less than, let's say, 30 seconds to make next move. And this is why there is this always adding of time on every move which is made, in order to not to have less than 30 seconds per move, which is, you can always, of course, arrange the clock that any time you like to play with, you can always do it. But it was Fischer's somehow invention, genius invention, I would say, because he was really ahead of times in those years. And this clock is widely accepted all over the world, and in all official tournaments, players are getting used to play with it. Maybe after H4, G6 might come or something. It is hard to say, yes, how winning chances, or just H takes G5, it's also possible. But how many of winning chances Black might have, it is difficult to say. White is active, although pawn is a pawn in endgames. It's so difficult, yes. To Mrs. Kademalsharie we left her because I need to get to this game in order to see if something substantially has changed so far, as they were playing position with this with the exchange up for Mrs. Stefanova. She is much more experienced. So after Knight C6, eventually Mrs. Stefanova didn't make any moves so far. And she's now, yes, almost catching up with time, Mrs. But maybe if I think I have to refresh this page, because the internet maybe had a kind of collapse. No, this is not the game which I was talking about. But yes, they have eventually made some important moves. It was Bishop B4 in this game. Rook would probably move, because knight is not good to take this bishop, because the other knight then would remain very passive. So although this knight on D1 is extremely passive, and it's a piece which maybe can fall almost any moment of the game when this rook moves. Probably went rook to, was it rook to E6 or rook to E5? I will just try to see immediately where the rook went for, because it was no, to G1 went. Yes, that was correct. It was the rook went to G1, because yes, to attack. I'm sorry, to come back again. Rook went to G1 as a probably, yes, only square, not to be attacked. Although, yeah, rook on E6, bishop F7, rook E5. It is just difficult position. And then it should have to take on E4, and this knight on D1 would be lost. Yeah, so this is more or less forced move. Bishop F7 went to exchange pieces. Now she probably had to accept this exchange of pieces, or she went away. Bishop F3, she went away eventually. And then happened rook G8 to exchange this rook. Now it is really rounding up. Black is rounding up the advantage, rook g8, rook f1. Very sad that this move has to be played. But in here, it had rook, knight came to e5, and it probably some rook c1 or something will happen in this position, because to make this unpleasant pin and provoke. But let's see, what did she play eventually? Bishop g6, knight e5. Black is thinking still, yes. Maybe black can play knight e8 move, bishop e8 move, but perhaps there is something much more accurate for black in this position in order to get and play against this knight on d1. But yes, they're still somehow fighting, equal by time, more or less. So, yeah, we might be surprised that some other result than only win of Mrs. Stefanov can occur as well. So it is not to be surprised, actually, if this happens. Let's now see the other game, which was also Pia Kramling against Koneru, because they have also that kind of very Pia Kramling and Koneru. They have this kind of position which was still giving a certain pressure to black pieces. Let's see, they are moving quite a lot. This queen d8, have a king g1 went, for example, in this position. Yes, then rook d6, king g2, then happened knight a5 in this position, which was, yes, a try, although whenever you leave the pressure on d4, white can do something else. So it is knight a5, queen went to c3, rook went to c6 to gain something, but leaving pressure on d4, of course, will liberate white pieces. So it is quite logical to expect that white might really come to the position which is not so bad, actually. After queen b4, I think white is now standing very close to equality. Another game has been finished. Mrs. Pogonina and agreed to draw because they repeated the moves. And they will going to tell you now what was happening in their game and how was the last position, because black was with a pawn up, playing with a pawn up, and maybe could have tried something else. I give the microphones to them.
Welcome to this press conference. Now we are going to talk with Alexandra Kostyniuk and Natalia Pogonina. The game finished in draw in 49 moves. And again, Natalia or Alexandra? Alexandra?
Well, yeah, we played this line which was possible to predict, because after the World Cup, Peter Svidler used this line very successfully with black. One can expect that variation to appear, but mostly I analyzed bishop f6 at home, which happened actually in the game between Anish Giri and Peter Svidler. But after c5, I couldn't remember, the difference. Apparently there is. So I played... Well, I thought that the difference, as I figured out that after, for example, when I play knight 1 to h2, black doesn't have time to go bishop f6, because I will just play knight g4. I don't know, maybe there was something better, but I thought that I got a very comfortable position. I liked it very much. At least it's much easier for me to play, and black really needs to be careful here. Well, for me it seemed to be logical. I'm not sure how it. Maybe I could have played better, because I'm not sure about this bishop b3, bishop d5. Maybe it gives away some initiative. So I don't know. You need
Yes,
to.
I think that you have more nice possibilities.
Yeah,
Bishop
like
d3, bishop d5.
A4. Bishop. Yeah.
And then I lost a lot of time in this position, so it's more interesting to have more complicated position. I don't know.
Yeah. So there are many moves for white.
Yes.
Different moves. And well, I played bishop b3. The problem with this continuation that it's kind of simplifies the position. I mean, black needs to take, I take, and the pawn that was weak is not so weak anymore, but I was hoping to use the fact that the dark squared bishop is very passive.
And I was hoping to play against pawn d5.
Yes,
Yes,
so
I
I don't know. I mean,
anyway, I don't have so much time, so I decided it's more solid position for me.
Yes, so I'm not sure what happened here. And then we reached this end game. I spent almost all my time here because I was sure that Natalia was going to play knight b6. I didn't see anything here. Well, I was c6, yes. Well, I didn't believe really in this position. I don't know, knight f4. So. Exchange. I don't know, king f4, something, bishop b3 probably. Oh, king f1. King f1, yeah, rook c8, and and then bishop b3. I don't know. Well, I thought that black is okay here because, I mean,
Knight h2 and
yes, knight is still on h2, and yes, but after Natalia played knight c2 e5, I was kind of surprised because I thought that here I'm still a little bit better. I was hesitating here for a while to play. I mean, I was choosing
Knight
between
c1.
knight e1. I
yeah,
think.
knight e1, knight
knight
c1. I
c1.
think both
Knight c1, knight c1. I didn't see.
Both moves are possible, I think.
But then again, g3, b3, I didn't expect. I was calculating. I don't remember what I was calculating.
Rook b5.
Maybe rook b5. But then I was going to play rook d1 now. No, something else I think for black I was thinking about. b3, I'm not sure. I mean, I took because I thought that it's very dangerous to leave the pawn on b3.
Yes,
but what about
play
a3?
rook b5.
Rook b5 here.
And knight c5 after rook d1. It's idea to play knight a4.
Knight a4.
Yes, might be. Because I didn't see moves for
Any ideas for me?
bishop. Or maybe knight a4.
But even if I sacrifice and go, it's too dangerous, yeah.
Maybe.
97 probably. Or king f7.
Distant position.
So I want to play bishop takes g7, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And if you play with the king, I think I can just go
No,
to e6, right?
Don't.
So if you play knight e7, I just retreat my rook somewhere. I don't know. But, I mean, looked interesting.
Yes,
but I thought that a takes b3 is, like, simpler. And here, since I didn't see how to hold the pawn, I mean, I wanted to play rook a1 at first, but then I didn't like... I didn't see anything. Well, at least I thought that I'm not risking anything. I play knight f3, probably black can hold, but then somehow I switched the variation. I mean, I was going to play rook c1, and then because knight.
But knight d2 might be.
If knight d2, I thought that I have the move with the king somehow. I was not sure where. Probably here.
Then maybe knight e4. I mean, no, not knight.
Well, if you play knight e4,
Is it possible to play knight e4?
it's possible. But even if I play knight e6, I mean, if I have the bishop on d4,
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, it still can be okay for black. I'm not saying that I'm winning or anything, but at least I'm the one who is. Knight b6. That's what knight b6 or knight e3. I thought that's the main lines. Knight e6, knight takes d5, Rook C8.
Yes.
That was the position that I was, going to to have in the game.
Yeah.
I'm 2 pawns down, but I think I have a very
Yeah.
interesting, compensation
Yeah.
because I have this bishop
Yes,
G7
I agree.
ideas. Probably computer holds, but still, there are 3 more. Should be, but 3 more moves. Rook,
Knight
where
d4, if knight d4, stay.
King f7 yourself.
Maybe. It's very important of my
If I check?
knight on d4, 5.
King E7.
Yes.
E7.
Oh, the bishop is very. Then G4, F5, I want.
And now attack the bishop somehow. Rook D3.
But if I take on F8 and I take on G7,
King D7.
Ooh.
Knight e6 maybe, no?
ooh. Still, but still a few questions to ask, no? But after knight e6, I was just,
Yes.
I switched the moves and I was so disappointed.
Yes, I also
That's-
thought about it.
Probably it's a draw. I'm not saying that I'm winning here, but at least, black is the side who
Yes,
needs
and,
to
in
play
time
carefully.
Trouble, yes. I was in
And
trouble.
after knight e6, probably rook a1. If it was more but I couldn't just, stop after this. Probably it was stronger a little bit. In terms of if I want to make a draw now.
Maybe King F1 is stronger.
King f1.
Yes, it's King F2.
It's to King f1, right? Yes.
In both cases. So Rook A1 or C1.
Yes, so so black doesn't have a check here. Yeah, probably. Was still so disappointed that couldn't think. Started to think only after rook a8.
Yeah, but why not Rook C7?
I was surprised to see rook a8.
Yeah.
Rook c7 here.
C7, yeah.
Knight d5, no?
Rook D7.
g6,
Knight
Oui.
C6. Knight C7.
d6, g6, no?
G6. Knight C7, yes.
c7. Oh, knight c7, I didn't calculate.
G takes H1 probably.
Yeah.
Knight takes and King H8. Should be draw somehow. Bishop G7
Check
also.
and
G7.
knight
Unless
f5.
Rook takes or something. Or
Knight d7.
Knight D7, Knight F5.
Knight f5.
Well, the black always has this bishop, rook b2, rook b3
I
check.
missed knight
No,
c7.
it's not better for white. No.
No, yeah.
I mean, should be
But
draw
why
somehow.
not?
Maybe King H8.
King h8, you mean?
Yes, and then yes, instead Bishop G7.
Maybe.
No, then thinking about maybe Rook A7 simply. Black has no move actually.
Should be enough for a
Should-
draw
should be
if
enough
you're
for
in,
draw,
I
of
mean,
course.
in
Should be enough for draw.
if you, still able to.
It's 2 pawns more.
After knight c7 would be 7.
No, I just take on D5.
And now take knight h, yeah?
Knight H. Yeah,
And
Knight
then
H.
king e6.
Okay.
And knight d6.
Which line?
Which one analyzing something? Okay, anyway, I played rook a1. There were several moves. There were several moves to improve, I think, my play from move 35 to 42 at least. But I was surprised to see rook a8. I thought rook b6,
Rook
but
b6
then rook
looks like-
c1. My idea was. And I was calculating this line, which I didn't like because I didn't see anything from it. And then f4. I didn't know how to evaluate it,
Yeah.
but I thought that I should have enough. Well, I hope, but I'm not
Why
sure.
you didn't play rook b6?
I was a little bit bad position. I did not see it. It's difficult to say.
Then maybe instead Rook D7, just in this variation, just take on F8.
Yeah, I was calculating something.
Yeah, but
That
this
was
pawn
enough
are up
for a
on
draw.
it.
Yes.
It's so strong, I think. Probably.
I don't believe it.
Better for black to play rook endgame.
Yes,
Yes, with passive rook.
True.
Rook N-game is dangerous.
No, should not be.
It's very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Should be fine. Should be fine for white. Because the king is
Yes, yes.
no problems
You can
at all
go
for me.
to king to-
And even I am the one who can
Yes.
decide king d4
Yes,
and
yes,
then.
yes, yes. It looks like.
Well, I mean it's a
No.
draw, but I mean rook a5 and
No,
then
now
it's
it's
a draw.
draw.
But,
Yes, but if we.
but
Even G4.
rook.
No.
G4 is possible.
Anything is possible, I think here. No risk at all. But rook a8, rook a5, I think is a good move. Finally, I managed to make one good move in a row, and here g5 I also liked. I thought, look, line that no, it was amazing. I wanted you to play it like this because rook a6 take and it's a perpetual. But look how we could have finished the game. I was thinking
bad conditions.
no, but
Natalia?
maybe
No.
I can play better, but I couldn't. I
So that's why-
the minute I saw this line, I saw that I was going to play like this. No, because maybe you should have started with. No, then I go to f4. No, like this. Yeah, maybe you. I take. You play bishop g7. But it would have been nicer to finish it like
would be
this.
nice,
No,
yes.
look how nice.
Yes.
2 knights domination. You see, I wish another piece. Which one? No, knight.
No,
Only
knight.
Only knight.
Yes.
Okay, but anyway, yeah. Well, I thought for a while to play for a win, but after what I did in the game, I was too embarrassed to continue. I don't know. I couldn't evaluate this position. I'm sorry. But I thought that black is... well, I still have some domination. My knights are very nice. If I get to f8, for example... You see? You see? Something is coming, but I saw that it should be a draw. So, yeah. So, it was 95, yes. I mean, it just... Yes. But I thought that maybe I have such a nice domination that I can even dare to play for a win, but no, it was too...
Well, the bishop is out. It's not domination.
No domination anymore. But I can play knight f4, I thought, and after I can take and to play this position. What about this line? I was not sure how...
No,
why?
no.
Why? But
Looks
why?
very promising.
But I thought that it's a draw. Black just
yes.
holds and
What-
I hold. But then, how can I improve? Who knows?
Maybe black can improve.
How?
Knight c8, knight b6.
But if they play knight c8, then
b6.
I can play h5 at some point, probably. Well, anyway, it
No,
should
I
be a
mean,
draw.
yes,
Yeah, I
no,
should have tried my chances before,
Yes.
around the 35th move,
Exactly.
or
What
even
about this position?
or even after the opening. I liked my position.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hello, we are coming back to the live coverage of the 10th round of Monaco Grand Prix tournament. We have many games finished today, only 2 are missing. So Mrs. Coneru is playing now Pia Kramling. She was having that slight advantage, a pressure on pawn, isolated pawn on d4, but somehow nothing strange really happened. In the position which I just show on board, you can see that after queen a8 move, it was perhaps better for Pia Kramling to play move d5, although Yes, there were some tricky lines in this position, I must say, as perhaps rook b6, queen takes, pawn takes, queen goes, takes, queen takes, and then of course take on c3, and this position would be definitely better for black because it's a pawn up, but it's unlikely that yes, black could bring it to win this kind of particular position. So Miss Crumling didn't dare to play this move d4, d5. She was in a way, yes, maybe she was spending also much time in this position, and yes, now for some reason Koneru was also spending time, so even Indian girl is having less time now than she probably was never so much pressed. But yes, Pia Kramnik now has maybe even slightly more favorable position, because you see what happens after this move, knight to c4, queen takes b5, then rook went to c7. The position was rook went to... So white was playing, what did she do? They made a draw, actually, yes. They agreed to draw because the position was coming even. So, yes, this was the position. So after rook c7 move, after queen b5, knight c4, there was a move. White, what did white do in this position? Eventually, white played queen b4, knight c4, queen... That was, yeah. No, because the internet was cut and I have to refresh this game, otherwise I don't get it. Because I want to see exactly what happened in that position, but it was not easy to get when the internet goes down. And then queen 8, rook e2 eventually happened, now I see, yes. And now after knight a3, of course, queen went... Knight a3, rook went to a2 just to exchange these pieces, and after, what was the move? Rook c7 happened. No, rook c7 unlikely, because rook takes a3 and queen b8 check, so it is really unlikely. After queen b5, yes, okay, so I will have to come back in this game, but doesn't matter. I will let them comment this game because they're coming here, so they will let you know, because there was some internet cut. It was not able to recover all live moves, but they are going now to tell it what has really happened in the game.
Good afternoon. We are going to analyze the game between Pia Kramling and Koneru Hampi, which finished in draw in 50 moves. Okay, Hampi, you always go to some precise moment of the game. Just click.
Okay. I think, okay, it's very normal opening. I suppose white shouldn't take knight d6 immediately, maybe rook d1, and need to wait for some more time to maintain the opening edge. After this, I guess black is quite comfortable, and okay, So what Pia played was little passive, so I gained a slightly better position, but it's quite a different game from there. Okay, here this is a critical position, I think. Okay, here I felt Queen A6 is one interesting option.
Okay, and what happened? Okay, I don't know if I go rook e3 or I take
Yeah,
first. Maybe rook e3 really
yeah.
just to have the b7 as a target.
Yeah,
huh?
rook e3. I think maybe now take. Yeah, but here you have this rook b3 every time, yeah? It's okay. What I played looks very normal because here if rook e3, I go rook b1.
Yes,
King h2, yeah. And then I think queen c7 first.
Yes, I guess. Yes.
Yeah, g3 and then rook b2.
Yes, and now, okay, I go...
King g2?
King g2, yes, probably.
Yeah.
King g2. And yes, maybe it's...
Yeah, it's not easy. It's quite a tough position.
Because
but,
if you move the knight, I go knight
yeah,
e5.
yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah, move the knight e5, knight e5. But also your king is maybe alone.
Yeah, you need to check this d5.
Sometimes there are sometimes there are d5. Yes. So yeah, maybe I was a little worried that you had your pieces here, but maybe I stay very solid.
Maybe instead of rook d5, maybe f5.
Yes, that's why I wanted to play b4 because I thought at least I can change one pair of pawns and try to keep the rook on the third line and try to kick it against b7 as compensation for my weakness and a3. But I was and now maybe the same plan. D5. And now this was a little bit more. I don't know. Okay, let's say I go.
G5, F5 maybe.
I'm a little worried, that she takes space there in some moment, and my rook is not coming back. So maybe do I need to go this b3? I'm not so happy about b3, but let's see. And rook e3, rook e3. And
Can
now
I go?
Yes.
95.
97, yes. And now, because the 4, okay, I will go queen c4 probably. Queen c4.
No, you could go.
Why not
you
95?
Could go 95.
Check.
Check.
Yes,
Check
yes, okay, yeah, this is correct. Yes,
yeah.
this is correct.
Yeah.
So there.
Yeah.
So, because I guess I have to go b3, yes? I think so,
b3.
So we had this. I went knight e2.
Yeah, knight is good,
Now back.
Okay, here this is not working.
Yes, I go queen b3.
Yeah, queen moves anywhere, I think.
Yes, yeah, maybe that's the best move, yes. So we had this, and then we move some, and then b5.
Yeah, maximum I could get is this pawn.
Yes, you could take this, yes.
Like,
and to play this.
Take this pawn, yeah.
King h, and then play this rook. Yes, and queen d3.
But at least this pawn up, no?
At least pawn up, but okay.
And try to, probably it's draw, but just...
Yeah, 4 against 3. Yeah, you have more chance.
Because in the game, finally, you didn't...
Or maybe queen b7 here.
Yes, queen b7, yes, but now you...
Queen c3.
I think queen c3, yes. Queen b7 anyway, I like, yes. Queen b7 I like. Because you cannot go to queen f3. Okay, queen c3, I go rook f1. I think rook f1, yeah?
Rook f1 or rook e3?
But I'm not weak on the last rook here.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, I think it was very interesting to go at least to try.
Yeah, but I thought that would be rook ending equal, so I want to press more with the knight.
Play f5 after rook f1, play f5.
Yeah.
No, but I would play queen c2. I'll go into the rook end games. I think queen c2. Okay, you can go queen c2. I play, and I have to play the rook and with a pawn less. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, this I was trying to get some tricks, but it just didn't work at any point of the time.
Yeah, we repeated some.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was very, very. It's a long suffering for me today.
Yes,
It was
yes,
very long
isolated
suffering.
pawn. It's always very long fight. But
Yes, it's
but
because it was a
slight chance. This was the slight chance.
yes, maybe this was the most. Yes, but okay.
it looked like maximum you could manage this pawn up 4 contra 3 and I don't know if it's enough, but it's like maximum. I think it's impossible to manage something else. Yeah? No, Ljubomir, what do you think? It was.
It was. I think I was saying, commenting that it was the best chance for black to do, but okay, doesn't matter.
And later it's nothing to see. No, it was all-time maneuvers, but finally it's draw because PA it's very tough also to defend this kind of position. No,
I don't know.
I think yes, you have a lot of experiences in this kind of position.
But I would I prefer to be on the black side.
No, of course, I know. But okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thinking during the game. It was also more or less when we were commenting this game here live, what we could share, their opinion. Mrs. Stefanova is playing Shalim. Of course, the only participant who still didn't have a win of this in this tournament. This is the Iranian Kadel Malshariyeh, Sarasadat, and she was having white pieces today. She had quite good position in one moment, but yes, she somehow gave her bishop from c1. She gave it, she put it on a3 and gave it away. And after that, of course, black's position only got better. We are coming to this kind of endgame now, because if you remember, we left the position in some move like this when bishop was on g6, knight went to e5, then eventually black played bishop e8 move, which was one of the possibilities, and after knight b2, bishop c3, rook c1, just simply b4 happened in order to protect this strong bishop on c3, and slowly, gradually, one exchange up would be very, very important for black to bring this game to win. Mrs. Stefanova, of course, is fighting to get this win, because then she would come forward in the middle of the table in this tournament, but her result wouldn't be very satisfactory to her, I'm very sure, knowing her ambitions and what she likes to achieve. But of course, sometimes if you are not showing the best form, you should be happy with the result, which was the most practical one. And today, after her loss of yesterday, of course, she would be extremely happy if she can score a point. But we know that the game is not won until your opponent resigns, until the last it's finished, because there are many possibilities that some of players make mistake, especially if they are tired under pressure of under very bad pressure of time, and those mistakes are very common in chess practice, not only among women, but among the best players of the world, even in men's category too. So after knight bd3, rook d8, just people who didn't have opportunity to see this position, d5 happened, rook g5. Everything somehow went very forced because black was having pawn up. This pawn on d5 is weak, so you will see something has happened that they are playing, I mean, not equal endgame, but somehow, unfortunately, Mrs. Stefanova didn't perhaps play the most accurate way. She is still probably winning. Two bishops are enough good advantage to bring it to win, especially with white knight on d1, which is extremely badly placed. So it is very likely that black is still winning the game. But let's see first what was happening. How did it happen that the exchange was returned? Because while following the press conference, I said I didn't follow this precise game. And it is very likely that Mrs. Stefanova maybe could have played even better, stronger, but she simply played bishop f6, as that was this position. And after h4, of course, then she decided to give up, yes, because now she has no squares, good squares to go, and she was forced to play this move. That was the point why she didn't really, yes, rook takes d5, and now I understand that after rook takes d5, knight b2 was, yes, rook d2 happened move, and after some bishop c3, I suppose, bishop c3, rook d1, bishop g6, and now suddenly knight b2 would be extremely bad position for white, because there's just the knights are standing so, this knight on d1 is standing so passive, and after bishop b1 it is perhaps a winning position for Mrs. Stefanova, because after knight takes a5, it is very likely bishop c2 will come, and the game would be probably over. Although still, yes, some two pawns, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Knight to c6, bishop to b1, bishop takes b3 is also correct, yes, good. But maybe some chances for, so bishop takes a2, no, bishop cannot take a2, c2 must be played, definitely. And maybe knight to d3, there are no chances to make this game draw. Maybe some chances, actually. Bishop takes a2, probably. Pawn to f3, I suppose. And then king to go. Maybe there are some slight chance, or maybe first king g2 to force. Bishop c4, knight c1, bishop d5, probably. f3. If there's some, maybe no f3, maybe just king f1 is better, because this pawn is not hanging. This position is not clearly winning, perhaps. So we might be, she resigned, yes? No, they're still playing. They're going to play this position. Oh, yes, knight c6, yes. So this is, you see, we have this, some strange endgame, which may turn around and give some unexpected drawing chances to, probably, yes, it is better to go on b4 than on, obviously better to go on b4, after knight d3 to take, and after king f2, very simple. No, this is not possible, because bishop d5, and now king g1 is not, king f1 is not possible. So this should be the one of the main variation, bishop to give the check. But still, is it winning or not winning is difficult to say. King g7, king bishop c4 doesn't matter, knight here, king f6, king here, king e5, king d2, and this is a win, king d4. It wins, must win, because king gets in. So it's in time. So maybe the chance of the white's chance is not to play with a king on g2 perhaps, but simply to play knight c1 move to attack this bishop, because then the options are much bigger for white to defend. For example, bishop to c4. If bishop c4, then king g2. And yes, if bishop d5, then king g1. And maybe white has some good chances here to save the game, because then everything goes much faster for white to come close to the pawn, and maybe even make a draw in this position, because or king f5, yes, also possible. But yes, maybe king f5 was better. You're right, probably. King f5, but yeah, f3 is pity to play, of course, but maybe necessary. It would be probably still a win for black. Yes, black is just coming in, bishop is very strong. So yes, eventually the position should be winning. But some accurate moves are necessary by Mrs. Yes, she did play correctly, I think. She did make this move. Or maybe white has better chance of playing this position. Maybe knight should go to d4 instead of... Maybe knight should eventually go to d4 instead of... because white is winning some time to come close with a king, which might be really decisive. So after bishop takes a2, king g2, and bishop d5 check is almost forced, and then king f1 quickly. And now when king goes to g7, king goes to e2. And somehow black is very much closed. After now even knight e6 check and knight f4 would make a draw probably for white. King f6, then instead of this, then king f6, then king e2, king d3, and white is in time to make a draw actually. Yes, king d3 and white is in time to make draw. Wherever king goes, king e5, king takes c3, and it is, yes, but maybe it is, but it's hard to say it's winning, yeah? Maybe it is winning eventually, but yes. And on knight e2, you just play king f3, and then king c2, bishop c4. Bishop c4 goes. Might be just lost also, yes. It looks... it could be lost, yes. But maybe after king e5, maybe white is not forced.
No, she played knight b4.
So knight b4, now she will lose, yes. Knight d4 was a more resilient move, I would say. Maybe the position here would be knight e2 back in this position, because it is unclear. Yes, but then yes, that's correct. And yeah, this position might have ended up in a draw actually, because it's very close. If she was a little bit more, she was having a little bit more time, she should have come actually to her with knight to... We can have a look. So in the position, knight d4 was eventually the right move, I think, and after knight 2, king g2, maybe king goes now, yes, there is no time. There is no time. So, yeah, bishop, there is no time. So bishop d5 must be played in this position. And after king f1, king g7, very logical. But king e1, so it is always the same. And king f6, what else? And after king d3, it's a correct move. King e5 looks very logical. Knight e2 is maybe... Yes, but this would be... Yes, if there would be a chance to win this, it's... I think I start to believe that the position wouldn't end up in draw, because when... bishop c6, for example, probably king e5, coming up with a king and make some, I don't know. It is coming very close to a draw, actually, but maybe h-pawn wins still. It is. It might be that, yes, some knight e1, queen takes, but maybe, yes, maybe it is, but it's unlikely. I have impression it is very unlikely, because after this, when king comes to g5, h-pawn cannot move. Pawn will come to h4 and king to g5, and it will be positional draw. Very interesting positional draw, actually. Bishop has to go maybe to e8, and now knight moves somewhere, knight g4, wherever. It just makes a draw, positional draw. So, yes, she really missed this chance in order to give much more problems to black pieces to finish this game. Now she will realize that, yes, king will get in and her position will simply collapse now. Yes, it was a very nice possibility to play knight on d4 instead of on, because white would gain much of time. It was a very tricky move, actually, knight to d4, winning lots of time. And probably that was saving her game. Maybe in this position f3 would be the correct move, to let the knight in this particular position. Maybe black would be still winning by f3 always, although it is king e1 only move, king g7 goes up, knight b5, yes, this is required, and then the king would go, yes, must go, king d2, what else? And perhaps bishop e4, what else? Bishop e4. Yes, knight d4 probably better, yeah? But it's difficult to say. Knight c3 moves the bishop. But it should be lost somehow, because the c2 pawn is extremely strong. So king f7 just more. Oh no, king f7, knight f4. Yeah, knight f4 maybe makes a draw, but bishop g6 anyhow. So it's, yeah, this should be probably a win. This should be probably a win. Bishop, yes, this bishop f5, or bishop h7 maybe. No, bishop f5, but this should be a win. And king here, knight here, and when king here, maybe this move would be making still a draw, maybe. And then bishop g6 just. Difficult. Extremely difficult to save, yes. It is probably a lost game. Gradually, black should win this position, yes. So f3 was a move, eventually. King f1, f3, and after this, interesting endgame, king e1 forced. What else to do? There is no other move but king g7. Maybe to place knight on e3 immediately would be a chance, but it's coming to the same more or less. So king, knight b5, correct? This, king d2, bishop e4, and that's it. Very difficult, yes. Maybe knight to d6 perhaps. Knight to d6 perhaps in this position, but then bishop to d3. Doesn't let knight to come to c4 and e3s. Yes, objectively, yes, it is very difficult that this game would finish in a draw. And now it is clear that in the position you have in diagram, I mean on the screen, in live coverage, you will see that it is now very unlikely that this game can be finished in a draw at all. So yes, this Miss Stefanova is very close to win. She will have to play still some accurate moves, although now everything is much easier than it was before. she's coming to this eventual position, and it was not so easy, of course, to make. If yes, King F1 was correct, and F3 is a very remarkable way to defend. It is really remarkable that this position can be just simply defended like this. And when knight where to go, yeah. Yes, it will be very difficult now for young Iranian girl to save this, as bishop dominates knight, much better piece. Black king entered into the nest of white pawns, like they say, like a wolf in a chicken corral. They all, just bursting everything, and yes, she will realize that any resistance is helpless, and she will probably resign this position because, she is talented, and she can easily see that her chances already are extinguished. Yes, she did eventually resign. So we have a very interesting round of today, because some games, of course, the drawish games are okay, but those winning games were always scored by black pieces, which is very unusual for the events on this level. All black pieces won today, while, I mean, not all, but all won games of today, yes, were with black pieces. So, yes, Mrs. Yifan is just the winner of the tournament, even before the last round. She has assured her first place with an impressive score of 8.5 points out of 10 games. Mrs. Koneru is just 1.5 point behind, so she cannot do anything in the last round to even dream to catch her up. So she will have to fight for the second place together with Maria Muzicuk, who is 0.5 point behind Mrs. Koneru. It was a very unfortunate day for the ladies world champion, Maria Muzicuk, as she didn't have her day. She didn't play very well. She was somehow very much conservative today, and she was actually meritly beaten by Mrs. Hui Fan, who took even some risks after the opening. She was playing, like she didn't think about draw at all. And yes, she has proved to be probably the best ladies player of the world today, Mrs. Hui Fan, the best rating for sure. And probably her progress will make her talk in future in chess couloirs in the chess world very much. She will be extremely popular. She will get many invitations for the men's tournament because her play deserves all applause and credits. They are going to come now and give you their hints about the game. I will say goodbye to you, and don't forget, tomorrow the round starts 1 hour earlier for all time zones. Whoever likes to watch will be very welcome. Thank you very much.
That's okay.
Okay. Welcome to last press conference for today. We are going to analyze a very long game between Sarasadat Khadim Al-Shari and Antonetta Stefanova. Antonetta won in 72 moves. Okay, Antonetta, probably you should start.
Well, we played a bit original opening.
Yes,
well,
I would say it's very original. E6, G6.
Okay.
You wanted to surprise, probably.
No, actually, it's not the first time I play it.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's a good opening?
Maybe not the best, but okay. What does it mean, good or bad opening?
No, because
right?
it looks very strange. E6, G6.
I don't know. You should ask Mr. Malachov. He's the one who's
Malachov
playing
is
it the most.
A specialist. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I just saw his games and I like it. So, okay, I mean, here, I don't know. Normally, white doesn't take immediately on d5, but wait for knight c6. But, okay, I don't know if there is some difference or not. But here, okay, h3, I don't know if it's good move, because if later white wants to play f3, e4, it's this g3 will be weak, so I don't know. And, okay, I don't know if I was getting really tempish or not, because in any case I want to play knight f5, knight c7, but okay, f6 maybe I don't want to play so much, so... Okay, here, I don't know, everything was looking kind of unclear, right? But...
yes, I understand nothing. I have to admit, I don't understand.
At this moment, probably, I shouldn't... Okay, maybe this bishop f5 is not the best, because I was thinking to play h6, f5. But okay, I was not sure also what is the best plan here. But somehow after e4, maybe, I don't know, I didn't like it so much. I mean, probably it's about equal position. I don't know.
But what to do with white if not e4 also? Because what can be plan? Huh?
No, I think e4 is okay.
Yeah, I didn't like it so much for me, I mean.
Or probably some, instead of e4, some attack, this attack with a4 before. I don't know if it's possible
for sure.
here.
I mean,
it's strange, but...
It's not a forced position, so I'm sure that we both can play many moves, but since we played already 5-6 hours, maybe we should not analyze every...
Okay, yes, probably we should go.
So... Okay.
For some critical moment.
So, okay, here we enter the structure, which is, I don't know, it's probably it's about equal, because I still cannot open my bishop, and I have these weaknesses on d5, and okay, my rooks are not so on the open line. So here, okay, knight e7, I want to put maybe knight c6, I don't know, but then I decided it's more important to stop knight a4, knight b5, but maybe it was just a mistake b5, because maybe I'm just weakening. But okay, it's so difficult to say, I mean, because it looks the same whatever we play, but in fact it's not, as usual. So, okay, here after f5 I was already, let's say, happier with my position, because at least my bishop is now coming into the game. And okay, h5, I don't know if I need this h5 and f4 and so on, but okay, here we were near the time travel, so...
Here I was thinking of rook c2 maybe, but it was not rook.
This one, yeah?
Yeah, f4.
Yeah, f4 and... Yeah, just
If
f4 and
d5,
bishop g6?
No, if knight d5, then you can just take with the bishop, so it's not... no, if with knight, then I have rook c7,
yeah.
but you take it with bishop, so...
yeah, and okay, my queen is not anymore on d6, so no queen. Yeah, because there were many moments this knight d5 sacrifice and some queen g6 and perpetual, but it's not here. It was a bit before when it was my queen on d6, right? But okay. Here... knight e3, queen d7... I don't know. No, this knight c2, I don't know if it's... But okay, I'm threatening f4. Just this knight d1 I didn't expect. And it's becoming somehow passive, this knight on d1, right? Because after f4 it's not going on e3, so... No, here okay, I already liked it. But of course, maybe it's nothing special, just... it was better than before because I activate a lot my positions. So. And okay, here I thought that it's winning this after 97. Here we finish the time trouble, but actually it's not so easy at all because here I have to play a5, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somehow I was calculating some other lines, but not. I was calculating bishop b7 or bishop b6, and but maybe what she played, maybe it's the best. I don't know, because I was okay. I mean, I was thinking this move, and then okay, take, and I was not okay. This one, and okay now knight is trapped.
But you could also take with the knight.
Yes, I could also take with the knight, correct. But then maybe your rooks are getting active. Yes, of course. No, just I don't know. Okay, this bishop b4 is important not to give c3 square for the knight. Yes. Here, I was thinking maybe here bishop e4 is maybe interesting. Because then I don't have this bishop g6 idea in many lines. And knight b2, knight d3. So, but I don't know.
But rook g8?
Rook g8. And now what? Okay, if you play rook f1, I go just rook g5, yes?
Or bishop g6?
Or bishop g6. Yeah, I don't know. Don't ask me why now. I was calculating this. No, maybe... no, and if 95, just take, yeah? And, okay. So maybe all this is kind of correct. And I'm not sure... this bishop e8 move maybe is just bad. But...
no, but you could... After bishop e8, I think it's alright. After bishop...
Yeah?
e8, knight b2, then you could just play rook c2 maybe.
Maybe. But maybe even here I can play rook c1
yeah, rook
direct.
C1
But I didn't like it so much because of this line. And take...
Rook d6?
Or maybe not to take. Maybe just play knight e3 direct, yeah? So here, knight e3. But okay. And I didn't see how to enter with my other rook. But maybe I should just go rook g7, rook c7, and rook c2, yeah? And this knight is trapped again.
Yeah, rook g7.
Yeah, but somehow I became a bit greedy here. I wanted to collect some pawns. And I don't know. Yeah, because also here, yeah, I can just play rook c2, knight d3, and then take. Here. Okay, I don't know. It should be winning.
It should be winning.
Yeah,
this is
creating pass pawn. But I thought that I'm just winning a pawn, which is not exactly the case, because I missed here something. But okay, I think it's still winning in any case. No? So okay, this bishop f6. Okay, and okay, here I have to give the exchange back, but. I didn't see actually too many moves for white here, but maybe there is something. Because, okay, I'm threatening this bishop g6 and all this take and take on bishop b1 and so on. So, I think, okay, it's just only moves for white and black, but I think it's just winning, right?
Maybe here I should have played something like king.
a3 or a4?
Or maybe king.
Just king somewhere, yeah. I missed this one. Yes, that's why what I was thinking. First to play bishop c2 and then bishop b1.
But if take pawn, what is...
knight a5.
Knight a5. And the difference between the take immediately?
No, but then I don't take the knight.
She didn't take. She played bishop c2.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, actually, so here I had to play first here, right? But then knight b2. Maybe it's not winning at all, this, yeah? Because if I play here, now you have knight a4. take. Okay, I mean I should come with my king, and okay, I'm still better with the two bishops, but I somehow thought that all what we did was forced.
But maybe later it was also.
No,
I
but
don't know, maybe.
no, later I don't think. But maybe here then I had to, just when we played this and rook d2, maybe I just have to take here and just play this pawn up. Take.
Looks very good, this one, yes.
No, okay, everything looks good.
Like
Just,
this one?
yeah.
Yes.
Just sometimes
No,
it's
this pair
difficult
of
to
bishops
choose.
looks like
Yeah.
decisive.
So here it was, knight a5 was the mistake, yeah. Because after this, I don't think that, have to
this
take,
already,
otherwise
yes, it's
piece
lost.
down. And now whatever, I mean, I don't know. If you go somewhere, I just go bishop d1, right? And if you go here, I just take.
You did.
And then c2. And you don't have time for... Yeah, no, and here, here's just...
No,
Maybe
this is
knight
lost
d4,
already.
no? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
lost.
Yeah, if knight d4, I don't know if it really makes a difference. You mean here, yeah?
Yeah, I mean after that.
And knight
But I don't
c6,
think
yeah?
there is a...
No, I also don't think. Because,
Yeah, you just take
I
on
just take. And again,
It's very
Yeah,
similar
it's
to the
just
game, yes.
Okay, check here and here.
King f1.
A king f1 you want to play? Okay.
And
Okay, king f1. And if I play here and knight e2 and
No, but
bishop
here I
you
could
can
take.
take.
sorry. Okay, I'm tired. So, so king g7, king e2.
Probably king is coming.
I don't know. Okay, let's see. G7, king e2, yeah. And bishop e4. And you mean to keep the pawn on f2, maybe not on f3, maybe. But then.
96 check.
Then I will lose.
Okay, just
I
back.
don't
More. Knight d4, just
Yeah,
because
knight
it was
d4,
looks like the similar.
Take.
King g2. Okay.
Okay,
In
I
this
think
moment.
check I have to give, otherwise king f3 and
Must give check, of course.
and
then-
king f1.
But maybe even if you don't give check.
Hmm?
No, you have to.
But maybe
Not so easy.
okay.
Yeah,
I just play bishop
it's-
d4, king e2. Knight e6 is coming, right? I don't know.
But maybe king.
Probably yes, it was the best chance.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
you, Sarah.
Maybe king g8 or.
Or king h7. I don't know where I have to go. Maybe, yeah. No, I guess. But okay, I have to calculate something here in this position, and I really cannot now.
Okay, yes, it's probably you need to find some precise moves. Okay, ladies, thank you very much.